Alrighty, so I always look forward to the show. Holy shit, I look fucking terrible. That's okay. I actually do look like this. This isn't like some fucking early pre-Halloween mask. Been fighting a bunch of health problems lately. Yeah, what's new? Been fighting a bunch of health problems. I'm gonna jump right in and I'm gonna bitch about American healthcare like I do so often. Go to the doctor with high blood pressure. My blood pressure was through the roof. It was like I was getting like 165 over 109. So I go to the doctor and the doctor's like, okay, we're gonna put you on blood pressure meds. And I think the doctor, who's been my doctor now for 8 years, I think he was caught off guard, but not really, because I said, hold on a second. I said, let's talk about really what we're doing with adding another medication. He's like, well, your blood pressure's high. You need another medication. I said, I get that my blood pressure is high, but I'm 46 years old. I spent more than 2/3 of my life athletic, healthy. After the navicular bone was taken out of my foot, my health has been going the wrong way. I said, I get that. I'm old. I accept that. But my blood pressure seemed to like move by like 50 points in a really short period of time. He's like, yeah, we have been fighting with your hypertension a little bit. I said, yeah, we need to do more than just prescribe me some pills. And he's like, okay, hold on. And he has to go and get the book, and not like the physician's desktop reference guide, like a book that I could accept is making the decisions for me. The book he went and got is the billing book. Because the patient presents with these symptoms, what tests are you authorized to order? We're living in some sort of dystopian bullshit hell where a person who has never met you gets to make the decisions about what drugs you can have and about what procedures you can have. Like, I had to go in and I had to have an ultrasound on my kidneys because high blood pressure, one of the key indicators is kidney failure. Okay, but while I'm there having the kidney scan, shouldn't like we all save a bunch of time, effort, energy, resources, and just do the scan on everything? And what I mean by that is, I get that it's going to take a little time to then scan my appendix, scan my gallbladder, scan my liver. But I'm already there. The technician is already there. The radiologist is already going to have to read the report. Wouldn't it make a lot more sense to just be like, look, Dr. House says we don't like full body scans, but maybe in this case, since we don't know what the cause is, maybe we should just like not go down a checklist. We're talking about saving $37. And then I'm reminded of the movie Deepwater Horizon, where he says, you're a $170 billion company and you're cheap. And the guy responds with, that's why we're a $176 billion company. We care about them bills. I think capitalism has really just gone and fucked up the world, because we're looking at a reality where the rich, I think, are attempting to control all of the money. Not because in reality they need any more money, because let's be honest, they don't need any more money. They have all the money they're ever going to need. But what we have is they're going through and they're attempting to control all of the money just to see if they can. Like last year when I built this chart bothered me. This chart bothered me greatly because remember, in the late 90s, the early 2000s, is when I did my undergraduate in poli-sci. And so back in the day when we looked at the number, that this blue bar right about here and this orange bar right about there, can't get that high, that represents 90% of the physical population. That represents the people. Where we have this really just disconnect right now is that this group of people right here, right? They live on this group of money right there. 32.8% of the money is shared by 90% of the people. I think there's a problem in that if the rich people don't decide on their own to let the masses, you know, get up to 50%. And I'm not saying to the rich people that you should, you know, that everybody should be equal. I'm never going to have an equality argument because an equality argument is bullshit. Like, there are people that are in need of money who are lazier than I am. I have multiple funnels. I have multiple silos of retirement. So I'm not worried about where the check is going to come from. Like right now, you know, the same month that I went on a vacation, my computer decided to die, and then fuck Windows because of that fucking bullshit Windows thing that they're doing. I actually didn't need to buy new hardware. My hardware was fine, but now I have a spare PC. It's okay. So it's not like I'm going to be facing eviction. It's just I might have to pull money out of this account again and put money into that account and delay, and it's okay. Life is good. I try to always have some overhead every month, but as I told you guys at the beginning of the year, last January was when I had my first heart attack scare. And so this year they told me I might lose my feet. I wanted to go to Disney 4 times. I wanted to do some of the festivals, the Flower and Garden Festival, the Food and Wine Festival. I've never gotten to see those. I wanted to see them. And then I have one more trip this year. It's just a quick 4-dayer to Halloween Horror Nights. And I don't know if I'll get to do Halloween Horror Nights anymore. But I don't get the people that are literally broke. Like, I'm starting to understand a little bit because remember, I've been a recluse for the better part of 10 years. I go to the market now every day, pick up what I need for the day. And how the fuck are people surviving, man? Like, and I mean this as a serious question. And how are people surviving? And then I realize, as I always blame, I blame the bottom first. I'm not saying there's not blame to be at the top, but we were laughing with our daughter. My wife and I were laughing with our daughter the other day. We were talking about chili. Now, my family, when we make chili, we use 2¼ pounds of ground beef. I don't put beans in my chili. My kids never liked it. I'm not a big fan of beans in my chili. I don't put beans in my chili. You know why beans used to be in chili? For bulk, so that you felt satisfied. You didn't put 2½ pounds of ground beef in and no beans. You put about a pound of ground beef in and about a pound of bean in, and then you get some bulk to your chili. Well, I'm not saying people should have to live like that, but I'm saying until people are ready to live like that, they're not struggling. I talk about my daughter's boyfriend. Shut up. Yes, it is chilly. You shut your face. My daughter's boyfriend doesn't pay me rent reliably, and I'm starting to get fed up of it. And my wife's tried to explain it to my daughter. If you're 23 years old and you have a $600 a month car payment, you're a fucking idiot. I only got part of the rent last month because he needed to put new tires on his vehicle. Okay. That sucks. But that's part of the crapshoot of owning a car, right? I own a car. Maybe I'm gonna have tires I gotta put on. I gotta do my oil changes. I gotta put gas in it. I'm gonna have my periodic repair. What I don't get is that how the fuck that impacts me getting my rent. Yeah, you put the tires on your credit or emergency fund, not on my place to live savings account. And this is where I don't want to be a bastard, right? I don't want to be a bad guy. But my wife finally said it. If this wasn't a your dad situation, if this was a your landlord situation, y'all be out on your asses. Y'all would have been fucking bounced. And that building just sold, so it's got new owners now, which kind of makes me mad because I really liked the old management company. They sold the building. And due to the quality of the building, and now they've sold the building, I have a feeling I'm going to be moving my daughter out of it here fairly soon. Because when an apartment building changes hands a bunch of times in a row, either one of two things happened. Number one, it just is your like most distant property. You've clustered all your property somewhere else, and now you've got this one building that's like 45 minutes out of the way. So sell the fucking building. Like, it's if you've only got one building 45 minutes away and the rest of yours are within 10 or 12 minutes, sell the one that's 45 minutes away. Fuck it, get rid of it. Or number two, the quality of the building has gone down so bad that you're gonna slumlord that shit out for 5 years, and then you'll kick everybody out, take all the slumlord payments, and renovate the building, and then you'll price everybody out. Either way, I don't want to be involved in either one of those situations. I don't know if I'm gonna have any other choices, but I'd like to not be involved in that. But it's like, dude, I don't give a fuck. You spend $600 a month on a car. I guess you're gonna be living in that fucking car here pretty soon, because I don't give a shit. You're not my kid. Even if you married my daughter right now, I'll never accept you as a son-in-law. So you don't get to live on my dollar. Which sounds harsh, sounds mean, sounds cruel, sounds terrible, but you don't get to live on my dollar. Fuck right off. I pay for the rent, the utilities, and the internet. My daughter pays for the groceries. What the fuck do you pay for? Get the fuck out. And I think that's the cornerstone of this. Why is everything so bad right now for the masses? And the reason why everything is bad right now, so bad right now for the masses, is nobody has told them, this is the school of hard knocks. Them's the breaks. Like, Gen Xers, I'm not saying that Gen Xers are better than millennials at face value. I'm saying that, statistically speaking, Gen Xers are a breed of people who just want to go to work, be left the fuck alone. Good morning, cereal. They want to go to work. They want to be left the fuck alone. They want their paycheck. They want to be left the fuck alone. Millennials, you are the product of everybody needs to get along. Everybody needs to be friendly. Gen Xers don't give a shit. Gen Xers are like, you're in my way. Like, I want to do my job. I want to go home. Gen Xers are those guys that we're starting to see this really big disparity between the generations at work. Gen Xers are the ones that come into work, they do their job, and they deliberately, and I'm not going to say that they don't do this, they deliberately sandbag for the rest of the day. A task that they could finish by 2, they drag till 4. And the reason why they drag that task till 4 is they know as soon as they finish that task at 2, the manager is going to pull work off of somebody else's desk and give it to them. I'm task orientated, not hourly orientated. You give me a set of tasks to do, tell me how much it's worth. We need this report done. You have 2.5 hours allotted for it. I'm done in 45 minutes. Pay me 2.5 hours because I'm fast. It's when I was a contractor for DCFS. We were allotted 2.5 hours to write the reports. My reports took me about 50 minutes. a lot of times I started getting pushback because they'd be like, well, we don't know how we're getting your report at 3:30 or 3:45 when your interview was from 2 to 3. I said, because I write based on the report, I pre-write paragraphs. And 9 times out of 10, I'm correct on the pre-written paragraphs. Like, guy has 9 felony convictions, 7 previous CPS violations against him. I can populate most of the report based on those factoids. Then it's going to be it's a different type of standard. You've been assigned parenting classes. Have you gone? Yes, no. Are you done? Yes, no. If not done, how many do you have? And then I have that whole paragraph written. If the person turns around and shocks the shit out of me and say, yeah, I took my parenting classes, I did all 16, here's my graduation date, or my completion date, then I Control C or Control V, individual has completed parenting class, started on this date, ended on this date, certificate number, da-da-da-da-da. So what happened was the DCFS subcontractor that I was subcontracting for would say, well, you're getting your reports done too soon after the interview. So did they really think that I started taking 2.5 hours to write the report? They actually did. What did I start doing? Wrote the report in 45 minutes, went into Outlook, fucking typed it all up, and then scheduled it to go out 2 hours and 45 minutes after the interview ended. The report's been fucking sitting in a file folder for, 2 hours. But that's this fucking bullshit world we live in. All right, you guys are already hitting me with... So
I am...
Okay, I'll cover... Yeah, I'll show that Texas teacher one. That came across my desk. Who the fuck are you? It's Monday morning. Oh, yes, I have back therapy tomorrow. See, I got my back therapy moved off of Mondays. What did the Oompa Loompa say today? Canada has been ripping off the United States for years. Their ridiculously high tariffs on our farmers and farm products have made life impossible for the great American patriots and has long created a $60 billion deficit between our two countries. Not sustainable and not anymore. On January 1st, 2027, tariffs on all cars, trucks, both large and small, automotive parts, and steel will be increased to 50%. Build in the U.S. and there are 0 tariffs. Canada will be treated like a state no longer. On trade and in other ways also, they are among the worst nations in the world to deal with. They feel entitled, and yet we don't need Canada, they need us. They do 95% of their business with the U.S., with us, the exact opposite. Thank you for your attention to this matter. What the fuck is wrong with Donald Trump and his inability to understand? It took us years to get certain car manufacturing deals put into place. So we had a spirit of cooperation between Canadian companies and American companies, and the parts go from Detroit to Canada, Detroit to Canada, to Mexico to Detroit, and they're sold. If you're going to tariff them every single time they cross through, the cost of cars is going to go up. The cost of cars is going to go up. In fact, I had a feeling something like this was going to come across my desk today. So, desktop, show videos. American manufacturers.
Why can't American manufacturers make it cheap enough that you don't import it from China? Mm-hmm. Why is it that John Deere is considering moving manufacturing to Mexico rather than just do it
cheaper labor, I assume?
Well, it's not just cheaper labor. There's technology and there's other things. But so Trump says, well, if we have these tariffs, then those companies will just manufacture here. Yeah. But think that through. If you could today manufacture it cheap enough so that you didn't have to import anything, Wouldn't you do it?
They'd be doing it already.
The problem is that even if you said, you know what, it's made in America, and would Americans pay a little bit of a premium to be able to buy American made?
No,
they don't.
They don't.
Why can't America?
Okay. I know a lot of people get mad at me when I say this because they think I'm hating on unions. I am hating on unions. Unions were really, really good before we had certain government oversight agencies. OSHA takes a huge chunk of what unions are there for right out of the picture. We have federalized what is safe and what is not safe. A lot of people say we're going to form a union because it's going to get me higher wages. You're right. It's going to get you higher wages. But unfortunately, it's going to ultimately turn around and bite you in the ass. Teachers have unions. Bullshit. Teachers don't need unions. Teachers don't need unions. Teachers need to fucking teach kids. Collectively, there should... I agree with the idea of unions in so much that we have one pay table for civil servants, for teachers. I think that is a good idea. And the reason why I think that is a good idea is because of how I know I've operated privately. I go into a company and I negotiate my skill set. I say, hey, not only can I do the logistics job, I also bring in a big leadership component. I bring in continuous process improvement, Lean Six Sigma. I'm a yellow belt. I bring a lot of things to the table. Well, there are people that are upset about this idea. Here's the job, right? And there's three of us doing the same job. Or so everybody thinks we're doing the same job. And I'm making $85,000 a year, and they're making $49,000 a year, and they're making $49,000 a year. And people say you should always discuss your salary with your coworkers. And people don't like me when I say this. Fuck that. I'm not telling you what I get paid. Because I didn't negotiate your salary for you and then negotiate a higher cut for me. I negotiated my salary. I've had jobs where I've been on the same exact job tier as somebody, but I get paid an extra $1,500 a month because I work 8 hours of OT a week because I'm filling a gap because a job is missing. I work 8 hours extra a week because I do the receiving. They find it cheaper to pay me $1,500 extra a month to do the receiving than to bring in a whole other staff person to do the shipping and receiving part. What they did is they divvied out the job. They gave the receiving to me and the shipping out to somebody else. We each make $1,500 more a month. Still cheaper for the company to give us $1,500 more a month than it is to bring somebody in making $3,000 a month because they have to pay employment taxes, hiring taxes, unemployment insurance taxes, and benefits to that other person. I think a lot of employees forget, if the company pays you $3,000 a month, you cost the company way more than $3,000 a month. But then you tell people, oh yeah, I make $4,500 a month there. Well, Bob does your same job and only makes $3,000. I guess Bob doesn't do my same job. Then Bob finds out and he's like, well, you and I do the same job. I say, yeah, but I work 32 hours a month more than you do. Well, I wasn't offered that overtime. Yeah, you were. And I quote, receiving ain't my job. We're in a situation where then Bob's like, we need to form a union so we all get equal pay. The problem is, Bob, we're not doing equal work. Some guys used to get mad. I worked before I went to high school. I went to a job for 3.5 hours, then went to school. Guys got mad because the 17-year-old, I think I was making $7.50 an hour unloading truck. And they were only making $6.75, which was well above minimum wage in the 90s. But they were like, my fucking pay stub got fell out of the envelope. Somebody picked it up, put it in my box, but they saw my rate of pay. They went to my boss and says, well, why does the 17-year-old kid get 75 cents more an hour? I know, this is the late 90s. We're bitching about 75 cents an hour. Boss is like, because he starts work at 4 o'clock in the morning and he's here like clockwork. He's never late, he never misses. So I pay him a premium because I need the truck unloaded so that it can leave. The overnight truck gets here. I need that truck gone so the bay is open for when the daytime truck gets here. Some guys are like, well, for 75 cents more an hour, I'll be here early. And the boss will be like, bullshit, because whenever I put you on the 4 a.m. shift, you roll in at 4:45. That's what people are mad about. Then unions will force equal work and complain there's not enough people to do all the work, but then the union just went and told a bunch of people to not do the extra work because it's not their job. Right. And there's our problem. Our problem is unions. Remember, the cost of a product is determined, right, by all of the parts that touch it. It's great for the worker to say, we're gonna all get $1.50 more an hour, until the company says, but there's not $1.50 an hour worth of profit. It's like all the people that dog on Walmart. People are fucking stupid and they don't get it. Everybody's like, Walmart could afford to pay people more an hour. Sure, a little bit more, but after about $1.25 an hour, Walmart can't sustain anything more than $1.25 an hour for its employees. And then you get all these people that are like, well, they make this much money, this, that. Yeah, but you take the 2.1 million employees, give them all $1.25 more an hour, times that by 2,080 for a full-time year, times that by another 11% for the employment tax, right, that they have to pay on the higher wage, the employment tax, the FICA, the FUTA, and then the unemployment insurance guarantee. And now pretty soon Walmart's not making enough money to get strong stock performance. They lose their ability to leverage loans. Now, the average Walmart worker doesn't deserve any more fucking money. And I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not talking about them as human beings. Because remember, I can have a conversation about shitty workers, break, but everybody deserves food, shelter, medicine, healthcare, clothing. I can talk about your basic human needs, but still call you a shitty worker. Call you a lazy ass fucking worker. And that's what people don't. You're lazy as fuck. Are you saying I don't deserve to eat? Yeah, peanut butter and jelly. That's all. I don't know why the fucking modern millennials, the modern neo-millennials and the Gen Alphas or the Gen Zs, they're all like, we want socialism, we want communism. No, the fuck you don't. No, the fuck you don't want those things. You want the good parts of those things. What the fuck do you think the average person would be doing in a communist society in America when 54% of Americans read at or below the 6th grade level? Here's a pick, here's a shovel, dig a hole. Here's a pick, here's a shovel, level a road. Here's a shovel, pick up dead carcasses off the street. Well, I don't want to do that job. Bitch, you're not qualified for any other job. You read at or below the 6th grade level. You need to read at least at the 9th grade level to get into the military. Well, the Air Force. If you don't read at least the 9th grade level in the Air Force, you're going to have a hell of a hard time passing your tech school because the tech school material is written at the 9th grade level. You need a high school diploma to get into the Air Force, but we write our technical manuals at the 9th grade level. What the fuck? What the fuck? So this leads us over to here.
Why can't America
Not you.
So I am on my lunch break. It is, 11:30 or something like that. And I just finished a 3-hour class. We have what's called block, and block is where first and second periods are combined for subjects that need it. And so I literally broke down in the middle of class because I'm teaching seniors. These kids are leaving high school and going to college, hopefully, after they finish. We had 2 paragraphs to read, 1 sentence complete to write. I gave them the sentence stems. I basically completed the sentence for them in the model. These are 17 and 18-year-old kids, and they couldn't fill in 4 words. 4 words. I gave them the scenario. We annotated together. I gave them the answers before we even had the problem. And they couldn't do it. I don't know. I simply don't know where the problem is. This is only day 2. And I have seniors who simply cannot read and seniors who cannot write. They cannot write. They can reason. They have the ability to defend their reasoning if it's talking to their homeboy, but applying that to a written text, 2 paragraphs, and they couldn't do it. Our young black men, our young brown men, our young black girls, and our young brown girls oh, God.
So, the problem is most people just sit and wait for someone else to tell them the answer. I'm going to be completely honest. One of the most frustrating periods of my life was teaching alternative education, because these were kids that should have been expelled and they were given a additional chance to graduate high school. And I got in trouble because this was how I started. And I had a logical reason for why I behaved like this. An absolutely logical reason I behaved like this. You may not agree with me, but I want to remind you, I'm going to reset the stage. We're in an alternative school with children who could not handle normal high school for behavioral problems. This isn't special ed kids. This isn't developmentally disabled children or developmentally challenged children, whatever the fucking PC version of that is. Like, I get it. We don't want to call them retards because that's demoralizing, because mental retardation is like a demoralizing stigma. But now we're playing handy capable, developmentally challenged, whatever. I would tell them, when you turn in your paragraph, make sure to take the time to proofread it, because if there's any mistakes on it, I'm not going to be pleasant about letting you know you had mistakes on it. One after another, the kids would bring up their first draft paragraphs, which weren't first draft, by the way. This was supposed to be submitted material for grading, and they turn them in and they looked like dog shit, and I just kept crumpling them up. I worked really hard on that. Work harder. Was this your best effort? Yeah. Then your best sucks. Do better. The other 2 teachers, we ran a 3-teacher alternative school. I taught all the social studies and half the English. Somebody else taught the science and half the English. How that combination works, I don't fucking know. And then somebody else just taught math. The kids all went to the principal. Mr. J's too hard. He shouldn't be the night school teacher. So I got all the kids together one night because they all were complaining. I'd be about 70 kids total in the night school. I said, hey, I'm gonna take them all to the theater. I'm gonna take everybody for the first like 15 minutes of the day because we got to address this I'm too hard bullshit. The principal said, hands me a microphone, says fucking go for it. Take the kids down to the little theater. They're all sitting there, and I said, so how many of you think I'm too hard? Almost every hand went up. I said, so you'd like an easier teacher? Hands went up. I said, good. Tomorrow, go visit your home campuses and find any social studies teacher that's willing to come here at night and teach you for what I'm making. I said, go to class. I worked daytime security at one of the 3 home campuses. Not a single kid came in to try to talk to a teacher. You're literally being given a fucking hand up. You're literally being given a life preserver. And you want to complain that it's not soft, that it's not squishable arm floaties? It might smell a little bit. Like, you're getting the opportunity to get a fucking high school diploma, and not in Illinois, we don't even call them GEDs anymore. We call them adult high school certificates. Ladies and gentlemen, there was nothing derogatory about the phrase GED. Sir, the steak is too tender and the lobster is too buttery. The GED is the General Educational Development. It stands for General Education Development. The thing is Chris Rock made a joke and it's stuck. GED, good enough diploma. You're gonna make up for 4 years in 6 weeks. Here's the sad part. I took the GED test as a freshman in high school and passed. As a fucking freshman, I passed the GED test. Yeah, Rose by any other name is still a rose. It doesn't matter what the fuck you call it. If it's not a high school diploma, it has a negative stigma attached to it. That doesn't mean the person is automatically a write-off of a person. And I think we've become so fucking fragile as a society, right? We've become so fragile as a society. We care more. I don't give a fuck what you think about me. I'm a goddamn honey badger. And fucking, you're a cobra. You bite me, I'm gonna pass out. Hour later, I'm gonna wake up and be pissed and come find you. Like, everybody is so, like, I want my space to come back. I want my space to return and watch all these fragile fucking snowflake adolescents and young 20-year-olds fucking wither and die as they find out that they're rated by their friends. Like, you have a stratification in your friends. You were in high school, you were one of the kids that took notes on what the teacher said. Kids these days don't care to compensate for not being able to retain the knowledge by putting it on paper for review later. I took a speed reading and note-taking class. My mother forced me to take it. I said colorful things about her behind her back at the time, and I'm really thankful that she did. It was called the REDAC model. The REDAC model is one of the most painstaking, painful processes in note-taking. But oh my God, is it hella good. The REDAC model is basically, I'll show you an abridged version of it. So here's your sheet of paper. You draw a column that's approximately 1/3 of the page, right? And then at the bottom, and I shouldn't have put this line shouldn't be here. So you take your notes over here in class. You're only using a portion of the page. And then at the bottom, this is your summary. And then over here, afterwards, at home that night, you write your factoids and your questions. This model doesn't require you to make flashcards, because the reason why you do it 1/3, 2/3 is because then you fold the paper, right? So then You have all your factoids and all the questions you write for yourself, and then you can open the paper. It's a brilliant system. And then at the bottom, the summary is, you write 2 to 3 sentences summarizing all the notes on the page. Now, you have to keep in mind, if this is for a highly technical class, you need to be flipping pages often, because if the teacher switches major topics, you want to not combine. So for an example, would that be when I was in tech school for the military, teacher starts talking about logic gates. So the first page, they give us some information about logic gates, and then the teacher says, okay, now we're going to start on AND gates. Well, I didn't put AND gates at the bottom of that first page. I turned next page, AND gates, OR gates, NOR gates, going through. That way each page was its thing. My sergeant, the sergeant of the class, saw me taking notes, and he came over and he's like, what the fuck is this? And I'm like, I'm taking notes. He's like, yeah, but what the fuck is this? He's like, this is complicated as shit. I'm like, this is how I take notes. This guy's like, so what are you, one of these smart motherfuckers? I'm like, yeah, I have a master's degree. He's like, you have a master's degree and you're enlisted, yeah? Bullshit, get out. He thought I was lying to him. I had to go see the schoolhouse commander. Like, I don't know why I got kicked out of class. He's like, it says, you told me you have a master's degree. I said, I do. I have an MA in education. I have 2 undergraduate degrees. Why didn't you go officer? Process was taking too long. We have people that are amazed that other people are intellectual. Why the fuck did our society become, we're gonna make fun of smart people? We can't handle there being smart people. We mock smart people. I don't get it. I don't understand why. I really don't. We've got, I can confirm that I am human. Yes. Oh yeah, we want to talk about Carmelo Anthony. We've got all these people that are upset because Carmelo Anthony isn't getting a new trial. We'll play the TikTok video, then we're going to go to the story.
Carmelo Anthony's motion for a retrial has officially been denied. Look who is right. I will wait for your apologies, but while I wait for your apologies and for you to say, I'm sorry, we should have believed you as the expert in this, let's talk a little bit about it, okay? If you don't know who I am, my name is Stephanie. I'm a criminal defense attorney. I've been practicing criminal defense work for about 14 years at this point, and I have been saying since day one when they filed this motion that the motion for a new trial was going to be denied. Why would I say that it would be denied? Well, for one, the major point here came down to defense strategy, and defense strategy is not a reason for a motion for a new trial. It is a reason to appeal, possibly for ineffective assistance of counsel, but it is absolutely not a reason for a motion for a retrial. You cannot, as a defense attorney, make executive decisions like having your client not testify and then explain that to your client and have your client make the executive decision not to testify and then cry about it later because he didn't get what he wanted, that being a not guilty verdict. That is not how it works. You don't get 2 bites of the apple because you didn't get the verdict that you wanted. In addition, the open courtroom issue, okay? So we're not just talking about the gentleman's agreement here, we're also talking about the open courtroom. That was a joint decision by both the defense, the prosecution, and the court, and that's what was testified to. There was no Waller violation. That was very clear from the cross and the direct that everyone had concerns about safety issues. There were death threats. There was misinformation. There were people that were being stalked and followed and harassed in relation to this case. And public safety and the safety of the defendant and his right to a fair and impartial trial most oftentimes will supersede all of those things. So, as I said, the motion was denied. So,
motion's denied. If you're not aware of what a interesting individual Carmelo Anthony is. On the day that he stabbed Travis Metcalf, he had sent a text message to his girlfriend that said, I want to know what it is like, and I'm paraphrasing, I want to know what it is like to stab somebody and then lick the blood off of the knife. Now, you're probably going to hear some stuff that Travis Metcalf was a racist. He had graffitied some stuff about killing black people, KKK affiliated stuff. The defense was able to put together about 25 pages of derogatory character information about Metcalf. The prosecution was able to put 75 pages of derogatory character information about Anthony. But at the bottom line, it doesn't matter if Travis Metcalf was a raging KKK. It doesn't matter if he was a card-carrying member of the KKK. He doesn't deserve to get stabbed in the chest. Period. Dot. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with our society, but between this and the what's this woman's name again? Lindsay Clancy. This Lindsay Clancy fucking, we're supporting Lindsay Clancy because postpartum. Shut the fuck up. Honestly, shut the fuck up. If we're going to defend these individuals because of racism reasons or women feminist reasons or postpartum depression reasons or systemic racism reasons, then let's just burn the whole fucking society down and let's see who rises as Rick and who rises as Negan in the next world, because this shit is dumb. This shit is, we're like, you can't even call out dumb shit anymore because people sandbag on top of you. Look, Lindsay Clancy murdered her 3 children. The defense of her case isn't even that, Austin Metcalf. Yeah. Austin Metcalf. Don't know where I got Travis Metcalf. But people are defending Lindsay Clancy. Well, if you're going to defend Lindsay Clancy, then defend Chris Benoit. Chris Benoit had a history in professional wrestling, several concussions. Now, I'm not saying that postpartum psychosis isn't real. I'm not saying it's not real because we have documentation that it is real. But what I'm saying is the mother-in-law needs to go to jail then for neglect. The mother-in-law was aware. Like, not to bring something too personal into the shit, my wife had a problem with postpartum depression. So there was always an adult in the house with my wife. There was always another adult in the house while she was going through the postpartum depression thing. There was always another adult in the house. Before I left for work, there was a daytime caregiver. My wife had a moment. I picked up the baby, put the baby behind me in the hands of the caregiver, got between my wife and the caregiver, and my wife was going psychotic. And I said, look, we're going to shut this shit down. Because in order to get to the baby, you got to go through me, and then you got to go through a female who's equally my size. So let's sit down. Let's calm it down a minute. Let's calm it down. Let's get your provider on the phone. And that's what a father should be doing. A father should be there protecting his children, his child, and taking care of his wife. Our society has taken a fucking left turn at Albuquerque with gender roles. I talked about this video the other day. I think I may have even shown this video the other day, but I want to talk about this bullshit that we have going on right now in society with this video.
Babe, get in the car.
Why? Relax. What happened?
Babe. No.
What happened?
If I see danger coming and I say get in the car, just get in the car. We'll talk about it later.
That right there. Every fucking husband needs to have that conversation with their wife. Every husband needs to have that conversation with their wife fucking today. Like, if you're married, have this conversation with your wife at dinner tonight. You tell me, I tell you to get in the car. My wife gets in the fucking car. My wife looks at me and says, get in the car. I get in the car. I do a quick tactical scan and I get in the car. We get on fucking, I don't care if I'm 6 gallons into filling up the 15-gallon tank. My wife says, get in the car. I handle, no, drive off. What the fuck's going on? The guy had a gun. Hey, we'll get on the highway. We got 6 gallons of gas. We'll stop in 20 minutes. Finish tapping it up. Because that's what partnership is. That's what being a partner is. It's you got them. Like, I have her. She has me. But too many women are like, I'm calling out women. Too many women are like, what's going on? Rubbernecking, looking. Your husband said, get in the car. Too many men are like looking, do I need to jump in? If you're a grown-ass adult and your woman is okay and you don't have your kids with you that day, get in the fucking car and leave. There's something to be said about our society. We would get better if everybody just started minding their own fucking business. Let's get back to the way it was in the 60s and the 70s. Mind your own fucking business.
So most of you have heard us talk about this on the podcast, but one night Peaches and I stopped at the gas station. It was like 2 o'clock in the morning. And as we were walking out of the gas station, she was walking to my left, and I was like, get to my right and get behind me. And she did. No questions asked. We got to the car. We had a couple conversations about what was going on. I pointed some things out to her that she had missed, but there was no questions. None. She didn't ask me why. She wasn't looking around. She followed my instructions. I literally just walked out on the back porch. We got the kids. We're homeschooling now, so our kids are here. I'm not going to put our kids on camera, but I walked outside, and I said, babe, if I said, get in the fucking house right now, what would you do? And she's like, I'd get up and go in the house. And I was like, why? And she said, because you asking me, can I help you with something, versus get in the fucking house has 2 different tones to it. One of them is you asking me for help. The other one is a sense of urgency. That sense of urgency lets me know that you know something that I don't know. And until I know what it is, I'm going to just follow the instructions because it is your job to keep me safe as my husband. Guys, part of our job as being men is to protect your family and keep them safe. So I would like to see what happens when you go to your wives and tell them to get in the house or get in the car. I would like to know if they actually listen to you, if they rebuttal you, or if they get combative.
The other day, sitting out in the hot tub. My wife damn near drowns me. All I know is that my wife grabbed my shoulder and pushed me under the surface of the water. We don't play like that. We don't fuck around like that. That's not how we play. Like, we'll do that shit in a pool, but not in the hot tub. So she dunks me, and then a minute later, she's like, not a minute later, a couple of seconds later, I was like, what? I'm spitting water out. What the fuck? She's like, a wasp was about to land on you. Well, I'm really glad that she just dunked me under the surface of the water rather than, hey, a wasp, because I'm going to swing my head around. This fucking fabulous mane is going to get the wasp's attention. Might even get the fucking wasp stuck in the fabulous mane. That's what partnership is. That's partnership. That's having somebody else's back. That's the other problem we have in our society. Everybody wants an answer. Like, your question isn't important right now. I told you this story even with our modern young airmen in the military. I had a friend, because remember, I was a sergeant before I was a lieutenant. I had a friend who had gone down to be a TI. Now, I'll tell you, honest to God, I love me some basic training pancakes. I love Air Force basic training pancakes. They're the best pancakes in the fucking world. So I used to go down and bullshit with him once a week because I could go through the chow line with him and sit with him, and it was all considered okay because, you know, it's professional. I'm not at his house because he's enlisted. I'm not drinking a beer with him, but, you know, mentoring, telling him he should get his fucking commission, that's all good. He told me, the next time you show up, I want you to just walk up and I want you to yell, get down. Yeah, I'm allergic to wasps. I have a blood allergy, not an anaphylactic allergy. That's why I was able to serve. It's painful, it's annoying, and my blood like clots into this like wonderful yellowish jelly, but I don't stop breathing. Anyway, my buddy tells me, he's like, next time you walk up, we're gonna be doing combat arms training. I want you to just yell, get down. So I walk up and I just yell, get down. Half the kids turned and looked, saw the officer rank, and why is he telling us to get down? Oh my God, did my buddy go fucking off the fucking chain? He's like, not only is that an officer and it's a legal fucking order, but he saw something you did, and now you're all, if you're standing up, you're dead. You're just fucking dead. there was a colonel that I served with who said he was waiting for the day that the shit happened and this new millennial generation that has to question everything would be told to get down. All the old people, older ranks would get down, and you'd have some 19-year-old kid and fucking get shot right in the head. Right, he'd be like, you're gonna take one right in the middle of the fucking forehead. Chris Benoit had so many things going wrong, he simply snapped. There's no defense to what he did, and that's why he ended himself afterwards, in my opinion. Yeah, I'm not saying that Chris Benoit wasn't I'm not gonna call him a piece of shit human being, because we know that he had all of the markers for violent behavior due to traumatic brain injury, continuous head trauma, etc. But I'm gonna say he did a piece of shit human being thing because he knew and he didn't go get treatment. It's like I told you, my buddy came home, PTSD, all fucked up. I said, hey, to his wife, take yourself and the kid. Your mom's only like 45 minutes, hour away. Pack up a bag, take yourself and your kid to the to your mom's. So he gets home, he's like, where's my wife and kid? I said, let's get you settled in. Let's do this PTS thing, like reintegration into your life slowly. That night, the cat jumped on his chest. He snapped the cat's neck, whipped it against the wall, and went right back to sleep. He didn't even know he had done it. Next morning, he called me sobbing uncontrollably. He killed the cat. I said, hey, let's get you into the 6-week inpatient scenario. Because what if that had been his wife just shuffling in bed and touched him? What if that had been the kid running up, like, daddy's home, I want to crawl into bed. Like, you're in the middle of a PTSD nightmare, you killed the fucking cat. Could have been your kid, could have been your wife. As soon as he was told, let's do the 6-week thing, he says, okay, let's do the 6-week thing. Do the right thing. Do the responsible thing. Also, if you're trying to stop your friend partner from fighting and it looks like an altercation is about to start, do not grab their arms, as you are stopping them from defending themselves and setting them up to get hurt. Right. Never grab your buddy's... Don't touch your buddy if your buddy's about to get jumped. Get in front of your buddy, but don't ever grab their arms, because then you're just fucking part of the problem. The TikTok women on the Lindsay Clancy are fucking mental. I do agree. I do agree that I think social media is what's making society a dystopian hell, because all these people start on this show, we laugh about everybody's a master of California politics until the war in Iran starts, and then everybody's a master of military strategy and international relations. Then tariff starts and everybody's suddenly a master of economics and this idiot savant when it comes to understanding capitalism. And then some medical thing happens, and now all of a sudden they're pontificating on all their knowledge about medical science. Look, motherfucker, ChatGPT wrote your prompt lines. It's like the guy that came here the other day and was arguing with me about defaulting on debt, and I'm saying all the things 2 minutes before he says them. You saw someone saying Leos don't kill their cubs about Clancy. That would be incorrect. Animals quite often kill their own children. If someone is that messed up in the head, is it really up to them to get treatment? I heard that his brain was similar to that of someone with Alzheimer's. And thanks. The hair is fucking fabulous. The hair is amazing. The hair is. I'm a fucking. There's no hair better. Is it up to that person to get treatment? It's up to that person to get treatment when they notice that their behavior is starting to change. Because in very rare circumstances, do you have a complete personality shift overnight? Very, 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 very few people have a radical shift in personality in 1 week, 1 day, 1 hour. For men, unfortunately, we've done this thing where we've made mental help for men be a sign of weakness. Men don't cry. Big boys don't cry. Don't be a bitch. Take it like a man. These are common phrases. You're jealous of my hair? I know, man. You got that like dome going on. For years, it was Eddie keeping him stable rather than getting him professional help. That's documented. Right. Eddie Guerrero was a good friend of Chris Benoit and was keeping him inside the guidelines. But we see how that turned out. At what point should other people intervene then to get them treatment? You should be intervening to get somebody treatment as soon as you see that your friend is no longer operating like your friend. When your friend is no longer operating like your friend, you get them treatment. If your friend won't get treatment, then people have overlaid the Venn diagrams of what a good friend is and what an enabler is. We need to get people out of being enablers. Unfortunately, somewhere in that ride or die bullshit mentality that came up, we developed a very interesting cult culture of a real friend. A friend helps you move. A real friend helps you move bodies. That's not being a friend. That's being an enabler. When you start covering up for people's bullshit, that's being an enabler. That's why I say my key question when I'm doing interviewing for jobs is, my last question is, are you here to make friends or are you here to make money? People think that's a trick question. And they I'm here to make friends and be a team player, and because together everyone accomplishes more, and I'm really big on this sense of teamwork. Great, awesome. That automatically goes into my second pile. I want people to come work that are there to make money. I want you to make you a lot of money. I want you to make me a lot of money. I don't want you to be my friend. I'm not going to invite you to my house. When I run my businesses, I don't use that bullshit. We're like a family here, because I don't do business with my family. I don't want you enabling other people's bullshit. I want you to do your job, and I want you to be sure that you're not the weakest link and you're not protecting the weakest link. Throw the feelings of how someone will look at you for admitting there's a problem and get the help to overcome. The problem is that's not what you're ingrained. That's not what's ingrained into you, especially men. And it's what we're going to have to change right off the bat. Until we change until we change how society looks at the man box, and the toxic man box is a really, really important part of society, right? You got your toxic man box. Don't cry openly or express emotions, except anger's okay. Do not express weakness or fear. Demonstrate power and control, especially over women. Aggression is dominance. Be a protector. Don't be like a woman. You got to be heterosexual. You can't be a gay man. You have to be tough, athletic, strength, and courage. You have to make decisions. You don't need help. Christopher Columbus didn't need directions, and neither do you. And you view you view women as property or objects. Is this a right-wing stream on Twitch? Good luck growing. It's all lefties over here. No, actually, it's not a left wing or a right wing. My really big problem with left or right is I'm in the yellow. Because I think the left is wrong and I think the right is wrong, and people have turned their political ideology into their identity. And when you turn your ideology into your identity, your ego doesn't allow you to ever make changes, because the first thing you need to do to make a change is identify that you need the change, and identifying that you need a change means that you have to say your previous position was wrong. People are very, very slow to admit that they're wrong. Your body is actually hardwired to not let you be wrong. You will justify a bad action because you're there and you're saying, well, this is all the reasons. This is all the reasons why I made that decision. Cool, but you were still wrong. Yeah, you go into self-defense mode. I get shit wrong all the time. Like Austin Metcalf, not Travis Metcalf. Who cares? I got the last name right. Fucking derped on the first name. Got the correction. Thanks. I don't know what I was thinking. Let's move on. The problem we have is everybody's in opposition with each other because everybody thinks their one thing is the most important thing. Look, we can keep putting band-aids on society. We can keep trying that. Congress is $40 trillion in spending, and society's not any better for you than it was in 1997. I really do think life peaked in 1997. 1997. Hey, look at that. 100 stream watch. Look at that. Come On Bunny has been here for the last 100 streams. To me, 1997 was about the best year of life. I graduated high school. I was already in college. 24-hour establishments started to become more common. TV was better. Movies were better. Life was better. We weren't all connected 24 hours a day with one of these things. We call them smartphones, but somehow they've made everybody dumber. I think 97 is where we peaked. I think it's all been downhill since then. It is what it is. Looking at Asmongold's numbers, I wouldn't say right wing can't succeed. Why the long hair? Thank you for asking. My background is I am both a Roman Catholic and I'm a pagan. How does that work? The commandment says worship no other gods before me. When my mom passed away, I was not able to do the honoring of my mother by pagans keep themselves unkempt because they tell the story of the death in their family. My mom's older sister died, so when my mom's older sister died, I'm currently doing a 1 year mourning grieving period for my mom and my aunt. And my uncle died at the same time. So I had originally said I would cut it after the funeral. My little cousin, who's like a little sister to me, decided to put the funeral off for almost a year. Little weird, but it is what it is. So after the celebration of life ceremony, I will trim all this down. I don't know if I'm going to completely cut it. My granddaughter likes that I'm Papa with the big hair, but I will definitely, get some of it sheared back a little bit to look a little bit better. Right now it is crazy long. It is, it's crazy. So eventually I'll cut it though. It's starting to get to the point where I can't even get my earphones over my ears. There's so much of it. What else do we got? Right wing and left wing are full of shit. Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, left wing and right wing doesn't want to pay anything in taxes. Left wing wants everybody to pay in taxes. Left wing really wants socialism. The problem with socialism is there's a reason why socialism isn't designed to be a permanent society. Socialism is not a governmental, socialism is a government and economic model, but it is a transitory model from capitalism to communism. You cannot have democracy in a communism. You can't. People are like, but you can have democratic socialism. Right, because socialism is a spectrum as you go from democracy and capitalism into socialism to communism. People are all great with their 5-second understanding of communism. But where people fail to understand about communism is that your life gets dictated for you. Jimmy Carr, the comedian, summed it up really brilliantly. How do you define communism? From each according to their ability to each according to their need. So your wants, right, aren't even factored in communism. So this year, the school year started, the 2026-2027 school year started, and we only needed 49 doctors this year. That's all we needed. So of the people in society, 1 through 49 who want to be an MD, they get assigned to be an MD. Person number 50 says, wait, I wanted to be a doctor too. And society says, we don't need you to be a doctor. So the next year, we need 271 doctors, which means person 1 through 271 gets to be a doctor. And person number 50 from the year before says, wait a minute, I'm better than 221 of your candidates because I ranked higher. And they say, well, tough shit, you're a gravel maker because last year we didn't need you as a doctor. And communism is that the society can't be wrong. We assign numbers as needed. You weren't needed last year. You are needed this year, but you're needed to go make gravel. That's not a good fucking society. That's not a good model. That is slavery by law. I always tell people to start with themselves, then family, friends, neighbors. And if everyone just focused on the smaller picture rather than what they believe a country should be, we'd have a little less bullshit. Yeah, like, for example, this is a wonderful model. And in fact, Jimmy Carr mentioned this. What about socialism? I've already explained socialism. Socialism is a transitory spectrum that takes you from capitalistic democracy or democratic capitalism to communism. It's not meant for you to live in. It's meant for you to live through. Socialism is unstable because socialism stops when you run out of other people's money. Socialism is never designed for staying on it. It's a moving walkway. When you set foot on it, you're capitalism. When the ride ends, you're communism. It's not. People confuse socialism with social safety nets. You can be a democratic capitalist society that looks at the good parts of the socialism transition and says, you know, we're going to pull some of those things into capitalism. You can do that. You can live as a socialist or a communist inside of a capitalistic society. You cannot live as a capitalist inside of a communistic society. A lot of people confuse personal property with private property. I think a really big thing that people need to understand is while you have value to the state, you are rewarded more for your value to the state. I've done this example before. Here's the school. And right next to the school is a very wonderful neighborhood of all really nice houses. And who owns these houses? The school. Because the nicest house is the headmaster's house or the principal's house, so he can walk to school, and then all the teachers live here. But when you retire, you have to move because you don't get to keep your house. I'm going to stop you right there because what you've done is you've gone into a complete load of bullshit, and this is where I'm going to stop you. I think a little bit of both would be like free healthcare, tax the rich would be nice. I'm going to stop you. The rich do pay taxes. The rich do pay taxes. Bernie Sanders wants to tax Elon Musk on unearned income. Okay, so if his stock price falls, no, they do pay enough. Here's the fucking problem. I don't want to tax the rich anymore because then I get taxed more. Because if we start taxing unrealized gains, then I have to pay fucking more taxes every year. You know when I want to pay the taxes? When I sell the fucking capital gains asset and I make the profit. If you want to change the system, Bernie Sanders, who's never owned a business and never had to sweat a payroll, needs to shut the fuck up. And what he needs to do is, it's not about taxing the rich. It's about closing the loan against capital gains assets. The problem is, when you take a loan against capital gains, who's benefiting? The bank. Elon takes a loan against his stock from the bank. The bank gives him $40 billion plus $11 billion in interest. Elon eventually gives the $11 billion in interest to the bank. The 11 billion in interest to the bank results in about 9.75 billion because of fractional lending that lets poor people get mortgages, get home loans, get car loans, get starting loans. You've lived in 3 countries right now. I'm in Germany. I pay 44% taxes, but man, I would say I totally support that. You pay more than 44% taxes in Germany. You absolutely the fuck pay more than 44% taxes in Germany. Here's how I know. Because number one, I'm a dual citizen. I have both American and Irish citizenship, so I know how European taxes work. Number two, you pay 44% to the government, and you pay, what, 18%, give or take, on value-added tax? So that means as a consumer, every time you spend €1, you spend 1.18 euro. That's a hell of a lot more than 44% in taxes. People say free healthcare. There is no fucking such thing as free healthcare. There is government-provided healthcare. Germans' VAT is 19% with 7% on food and books. You pay 7% VAT in Germany on your food. I pay 1% taxes on food. That's a hell of a lot of a difference. The problem is you can't have free healthcare until you re-educate the population. We spend $1 trillion a year in healthcare because of obesity, and another 800 billion on all the things secondary to obesity. But the food quality is shit in America. No, it's not. Some food quality in America is shit. Some is. Where I live, we have a baker, we have a butcher, we have fresh produce, because I live in the middle of a German farming town. Okay, let me stop you. Yes, some places in America have better fucking food than the EU. What you're making right now is a bullshit, dumbass argument. Because all I have to do with your argument, not better than the EU, your argument then becomes see Germantown. It's not run by a bunch of fucking Germans, you moron. There's not a bunch of Germans in charge. What are you, fucking stupid? This is the problem. You're a walking, talking example of the shit that I say every show. Your argument was not better than the EU. That means not one place in America has better food than the worst place in Europe. That would be incorrect. I say I live in a German farming town. It's not run by Germans. It's still a farming town. Like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking. Like, I've lived in 3 countries, and I don't even know that I'm paying more than 44% in taxes. Why is in your mind the ignorant American having to re-educate you on how much tax liability you have? Because you have a 19% VAT and a 7% on food, you're spending a hell of a lot more than 44% in taxes. That's the problem. You don't have anything for free. German healthcare isn't free. German education isn't free. It's taxpayer provided. If it's paid for by the government, it is not free, with the exception of some of the Nordic countries that have their strategic oil reserve that pays people. That's a little bit different because they're a smart fucking region of the world, right? But you can't have free healthcare. You can have free healthcare in about 30 years. Why can't you have free healthcare right now? Because we don't have enough doctors. You would need 1 million more medical personnel to give everybody free healthcare. I want to remind you guys, in January of 2025, I had a heart issue while on a walking trail in the mountains. Within 1 day of my return, I had a stress test echocardiogram. Within 30 days of my return, I had a breathing test. And then 14 months later is when I got into the pulmonologist. I have another heart condition right now. The soonest the cardiologist can see me is 1 October. And that's without free healthcare. We don't have enough cardiologists, pulmonologists, primary care providers. You cannot give free healthcare until you spend 30 years, because it takes about 30 years to train a doctor, growing those people up. You can train a whole lot of nurses, maybe, but a doctor? We don't even have enough qualified American kids applying to pre-med programs, so we're importing foreign students to be doctors. What we have is all this bullshit. I'm so tired of saying tax the rich, tax the rich, tax the rich. Great, that's 10 that's 3 words. Give me the next 7 words. Give me 10 more after that. Give me the next 10 after that. Stop wasting money. Balance the budget, then talk about raising taxes. I am not going to defend billionaires, but what I am going to say is that if the US government has burned through $40 trillion and hasn't fixed the problem, how the fuck is Elon Musk's $600 billion gonna make a difference? The answer is it's not. Although I absolutely agree that the rich need to pay more, we have to fix the rest of the situation. Brother, let me stop you, bitch. You're not my fucking brother. I have 3 brothers. You're not one of them. I've been to America, India for NGO work. Brother, even India has free healthcare. I've seen Americans come to fucking India to get their hip replaced. Now please tell me how they run it. Okay. First of all, you're ignorant as fuck. You used the word brother twice. I'm not related to you. I'm very happy that you've been to America, you've been to India, now you've been to Germany. Do you want me to do the fucking world tour of the countries I've been to? Because if your whole argument is I've been to, shut the fuck up. Because if it's a Middle Eastern country, I've been there. If it's a European country, I've been there. Running all around building hospitals, okay? Because you didn't know fuck all before you showed up. You being to 3 countries on the planet doesn't make you some sort of fucking international expert. By the way, you're arguing with a person with a degree in biomedical technology. I have a degree in electrical engineering with a focus on biomedical technology. You want to take a wild fucking stab in the dark at what I did with a degree in biomedical technology? I ran around the world setting up fucking hospitals. Now, I'm a doctor. Well, then you're an ignorant as fuck doctor. I'm happy you're a doctor. I doubt you're a doctor. I really do, because you converse as somebody who reads at or below the 6th grade level. Brother, I'm not your fucking brother. You don't talk like a doctor. You don't engage like a doctor. You don't use stats like a doctor. I would have expected a doctor to know that they pay more than 44% in taxes. Like, you didn't even know you had a 19% VAT. You can't walk me through the ramifications of what a 19% VAT does to consumerism. So, if you really are a doctor, why don't you sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up and maybe get a little international relations politics education, or keep pontificating about the fact that you're a doctor? Yeah, grumpy old man's gonna bitch slap you, and let's talk about the caste system or the case system. Let's talk about India isn't exactly a fucking world leader to be saying how they do things. Also, let me spot check something real quick. India doesn't even have free healthcare. You think a doctor would have known that? India has basic care at public government hospitals that's, what is it? Heavily subsidized. It's virtually free, but patients pay out of pocket for medicines and specialized treatments. So what was the argument that I already made that you walked into a second time? If the government provides it for you, it is not free. Free healthcare is when you go to a clinic and it's not the government providing the healthcare. Now, every American should be pissed off because American taxpayer dollars goes to providing free healthcare to people in non-American countries. However, when you start talking about they have free healthcare, and I can do a fucking Google search and find out that they have free basic care, then you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, so you're not a fucking doctor. Or if you are a doctor, you're a really shitty doctor. I did NGO work. My patients were paying 20 rupees per visit. Okay, let me try to resonate this with you one more fucking time. Because you're fucking simple. I'll bust out the crayons. Here's the person. And here's the hospital. And when they go here, they pay 20 rubles. Sounds good. Number one, at face value, you ignorant motherfucker, that's not free. Right then and there, that's not free healthcare. Number two, if this person spends 15% of their income in taxes, and from one of these tax pools, the money goes there, they paid for their fucking visit before they visited. That's what the fuck it fucking means. It's not free. It's not fucking free. So now let's take a quick look at some other facts. No, it's not virtually free, you dumb fuck. Right? It's because they paid this. They paid this. They already paid for it. They paid for a service they're not using. Now, less than 4% of the Indian population earns enough to pay direct income tax. What do you expect? Should they $500 per visit like America? Hey, ignorant fuck. Since you clearly no, they did not. The other people did. No, they did too. If you pay taxes, if you pay any tax, you pay for it. What do you mean the other people? Also, by the way, what do you mean this $500? Do you know what my visit to my doctor was last week? 0. You know what my cardiovascular ultrasound, which you should know what that does because you're a doctor, you should be able to tell me all the organs. How if 4% of Indian population pay income tax? Are you so stupid that I'm gonna have to say it again? After insurance, I paid 0. 0. My insurance is free. So what? What you got now? Since you're such a fucking world leader in every medical system, I pay 0 for my health insurance and I have no copay. What you got now? What do you got? I thought it was $500 a visit. You're the average ignorant European who's gotten all their information about the American medical system through TikTok videos. You don't know fuck all about fuck all. Let me help you out. First of all, let's grab some numbers. Since you're in Germany right now, I want to help you out with something. Germany has a population of 83.5 million people, right? The number of people in America that have TRICARE is 9.5 million. The number of Americans who have Medicare is 70 million people. The number of people who have Medicaid, right, is 66.7 million people. So you turn around and you say this ignorant ass shit like free healthcare. Germany has free healthcare. Okay, here's the problem. You have 83.5 million people in Germany. America gives free healthcare to 146.2 million people. It really doesn't help when your country is the size of like 4 of our states. We have more people on government provided healthcare than you have fucking people. Okay? So, if you were really a doctor, you would know this shit and you would know. Y'all motherfuckers, hey, that's really great language for a doctor. Y'all motherfuckers charge for skin to skin during birth. Does that make sense? Actually, that happens because the insurance companies negotiated that. Guess what? Most of the time, the mother doesn't pay that. So now what? Yeah, I've called you a dumb motherfucker 14 times, but you're allegedly a doctor who doesn't seem to know anything about international medicine. I called you a stupid motherfucker because you said Germany has free healthcare and India has free healthcare. And both of those countries have subsidized healthcare. I can't help drag a person, okay? I cannot drag a person out of ignorance if they want to put their ass in the sand and say, I like being ignorant. If you don't understand that fucking government subsidized isn't free, you're a dumb fucking truck. You're talking about, you're like India. India is a terrible fucking example. They literally have a case system. So, this is the problem with the world, ladies and gentlemen. Could these numbers be interconnected, meaning the same people can be on several at the same time? Are you correct with the number of people? Yes, I'm correct with the number of people. Are there some people that have Medicare and TRICARE? Sure, but it still is only going to reduce your number by no more than a total of 9.5. Can you be on Medicaid and on Medicare? Generally not. It's really difficult to qualify for both. Medicaid is usually when you're poor. Medicare is usually when you're retired or you're disabled. So you don't get a lot of crossover. Could you have a little bit of crossover? Sure, maybe 15 million. But overall, it's still more than the population of the country the individual says they reside in. See, the problem I have is that people don't want to get out of the mentality that free is not free if it's government subsidized. Free is like insurance. You pay for the insurance. You pay for the insurance whether or not you ever need it. You have car insurance. You never get into a car accident. They don't give you a rebate. USAA gives you a little bit of a rebate. You're Norwegian. You think our system is best, but your system is for about 6 million people. Yes, we talk about Norway, Sweden, Denmark. We talk about the smaller population countries all the time. You guys are literally at 20 deaths per 100 birth. What? Why is it you've jumped from the cost of healthcare to the quality of healthcare? Also, you're not even right. What's funny is you're a fucking doctor. Is that we're not even at... This fucking guy's not no fucking doctor. We're at 17.9 to 18.6 per 100,000, not per thousand. This guy's a fucking doctor? A doctor of what? Pulling fucking bullshit facts out of his ass? You think a doctor would know the difference between 1,000 births and 100,000 births? Like, this guy's probably killed like a number of patients because he's been prescribing shit in milligrams instead of in grams, or in grams instead of milligrams, because he doesn't know the difference between the number 100,000 and the number 1,000. The infant mortality rate is 5.5 to 5.6 per thousand. That's a hell of a lot lower than 20 per thousand. So is there any other stupid shit you'd like to say on my show today? Because you've been wrong, and more wrong. It's like I'm gonna get fined by the Twitch gods, because this is like kicking an old lady down the stairs. You're not a doctor. You're barely fucking literate. You don't know what the numbers are. You make shit up, and then at every instance where you're disproven, you then jump to a different topic, which you're equally inept at. Is there anything else you'd like to say on my show? And ladies and gentlemen, this is why I'll never grow as a streamer, and I 100% accept this, because this is a follower I'm saying this to. Because I don't tolerate stupid ass motherfuckers. And we can't allow ignorance to run around. This guy's supposedly a doctor. If he's a doctor, he should know that America doesn't have anywhere near 20 deaths per 1,000. He should fucking know that. Shit, man, if we were at 20 deaths per 1,000, we would be at 2 deaths per 100. We'd be losing 2% of babies born. They'd shut this shit down. He said 20 per 100. Oh, 20 per 100? Holy fuck. It was a typho. It was a typho? Is that like typhoid? Is there a shot for that typho? You can't even fucking spell the word typo correctly. How fucking ignorant are you? You can't even spell typo correctly after you've typoed. What do you mean it was a typo? You forgot 3 zeros? You didn't even have the right fucking starting number. Yeah, India, 102.7 per 100K. You literally fixed it in the next chat. Yeah. But you still were fucking wrong. That's the problem. That's the you were still wrong because you said 20 per 100,000. And guess what, bitch? You would know 20 per 100,000 isn't a bad fucking number. What? So what's your fucking argument then? I'm gonna quote a number that doesn't mean shit. It's 18.9. Yeah, 18. If as a doctor, you would know 18.9 versus 20 is a really big fucking difference in numbers. One might even be able to argue it's worse than us. What's us? Which country are you talking to? Because you made a big point that you lived in 3. Germany. So the under 5 mortality rate is 4 per 1,000. So 4 per 1,000, which would be 40 per 10,000, which would be 400 per 100,000. Are you sure about that? Are you sure? Did they not teach math in med school? I thought you had to be proficient in math before you got to med school. I thought at a minimum at med school you had to convert. So what the fuck is wrong with you? Like you literally are making an argument and you don't even have the facts. Japan, who the fuck cares about Japan right now, bitch? You just said ours is worse than yours. I just proved that point wrong. We're not talking about when the fuck did Japan get into the conversation? When the fuck did Japan walk in? You literally said Germany. When did Sweden walk into the conversation? Are you quoting other figures now? Germany's at 400. Germany is at 4 per 1,000. I just showed you the math, you ignorant fuck. You're at 4 per 1,000. You're not at 2, you're at 4. You're off by a magnitude of double. Stop lying.
Dance.
3.7 per 100,000 live births and the under 5 mortality rate. That's now the 6th time I've served your stupid ass. I don't have to lie. My country does enough fucked up shit. I don't lie about my country. 3.7 gets rounded to 4 because you can't have 0.7 person die. We can do it at 370 if you want. It still shows up to be 370. So now what? You ignorant fuck. I have now disproved you 6 fucking times. The very fact that you have to then jump to 2 other countries is why you know you fucked up. Why don't you sit the fuck down, put a dick in your mouth so you stop talking, and maybe get educated? Because I don't believe you're a doctor. I definitely know that you're barely literate. You're barely coherent. You have been wrong 6 fucking times. How many more fucking times do you need to be wrong in what should be your wheelhouse? Look, man, I understand you're one of these people that thinks hating on America is cool. Great. When you're a country of 340 million people and some immigrant dies on American soil, you take that loss. Some fucking woman dies in childbirth while in the back of a van with a coyote running her across the border. She dies. It's America. She counts. She didn't die in a fucking American hospital, but we still count that. Do I think we should? No, I do not. Do I think that during COVID, the guy that got shot 3 times in the chest should have been written up as a COVID death? No, because I don't think COVID killed him. Should the woman that got tested positive for COVID earlier that day and died in a car accident that evening, should she be counted as a COVID death? No, she should not. But hey, we're a country of 340 million people across 50 states and over 200 major metropolitan area and sub areas. I didn't say we have 200 metropolises. We have areas and sub areas, right? People are going to have different criterion. Gigo data, garbage in, garbage out. But this bitch over here doesn't know how much in taxes he pays. He just wants to brush off 7% food tax as not part of his 44% in taxes. Not saying America doesn't have a lot of taxes, but the average person at the bottom of the food chain doesn't pay above about 24%, 25% in taxes. And that includes their consumerism taxes. And this is the problem. First thing this guy fucking does. What about life expectancy? Again, what about life expectancy? What would you like to talk about? Medical department. The life expectancy, let's see. Life expectancy in the US, 79. Life expectancy in Germany, 78.8 for men, 83.4 for women. Next. What one do you got next, bitch? What one do you have next? We come up here, 76.5 for males, 81.4 for females. What? This number? I'm flat out lying. Bitch, how do you get to the fact that I'm flat out lying? What the fuck is wrong with you? I literally just said I don't have to lie about my country. Life expectancy at birth, 79 years. Male, 76.5. Females, 81.4. What part of this don't you fucking get? Like, I'm very serious at this point. What part don't you get? You're just making shit up. $78.8 years life expectancy for boys, 83.4 years life expectancy for girls. What the fuck else do you want? Now, why is the life expectancy different? Because of our medical quality? No. How many violent deaths do you have in Germany from guns? We can talk about that, but if we exclude all the violent deaths, our number gets way better. Why? Because we have kids dying in school shootings. I'm not saying those are good, and I'm not giving a wipe away for those, but you're just fucking throwing out numbers, and I'm beating your ass like a fucking drum at every turn because you don't do this shit day in and day out. You're a fucking ostrich that has its head in the sand, and you've gotten confronted by somebody who, first of all, when you said I'm a doctor, you immediately started from the arguing from expert level logical fallacy, and I don't give a shit. The only reason why you're a doctor and I'm not is after my master's degree, I didn't go get my Juris Doctorate. I went into the military. What'd you think that when I went into the military, I suddenly said, oh, fuck, I've been going to school nonstop for 16 years. Let me just stop fucking learning. Life expectancy is dictated largely by infant mortality rates, and not all countries count infant mortality the same. Many countries don't count an infant that died within 48 hours after birth as an infant mortality. Correct. Kids dying in school shootings, stabbings, correct. What is the logic behind that? What is classified? Okay, so that's a great question. What is... Yeah, magically all these black people are hanging themselves from trees in one of the Carolinas. There's something suspicious going on down there. U.S. also is a fat country with most post-65 deaths being complications for diseases, diabetes, heart, obesity. The problem is this guy's over here saying I'm a doctor, but doesn't know the first damn thing about fucking medical statistics. And then his whole response is, why are you lying? Why are you lying? Why are you lying? I'm showing the screen grabs. He just doesn't like it. He doesn't like it. He's used to saying I'm a doctor and people bending down and kissing his ass. I don't give a fuck if you're a doctor. You're not smarter than anybody. You're just more educated. And when we get into the more education part, I have more education than many doctors do. I can't believe you just said that. Because it's true. I have 300 college credit hours after my master's degree. I like learning. I like taking club tests. I like taking Dante's. I like going to seminars. I like enrolling in classes. I like learning about logistics. Shit's fun for me. I'm a big nerd. When the government's paying for it, why the fuck would I not attend as many classes? We want you to take this 16-week class. Cool. At the end of it, this was worth 2 college credit hours. Cool. Did you take it for the college credit hours? Fuck no. I told Faye Lynn the other day, I thought about getting my PhD, but I don't need it. And since I don't need it, I don't have the motivation. I don't have the necessity. I'd rather just pick up a fucking book and read it. Like, I think Grumpy Old Man recommended this one. I recommend you all read this book. This book is fucking amazing. This book will change your life. This book is amazing. The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck. Read this book. Read this bitch. Yeah, you need that. If it still works. It'll be on that. I used to think if we solved the obesity problem, we could solve our healthcare problem easily afterwards, but now I realize that an insurance company would still fuck us over regardless. I'm gonna take a quick break, and then we're gonna jump on this one in 1 second. All right, this is Marie. This is our Marie. This is another one of our foster fails. She was supposed to be about a 6-day friend, and she never went back. So she's 1% mine, only because I give her treats. She's not really interested. Hi, she's an old lady. Oh, I know, Grumbles. Go on, Grumbles. Isn't there a sequel called The Art of... I don't know if there's a sequel, but if there is, I want to read it. My bad, bro. I'll stick to being a doctor. Well, you suck at that too. So why don't you stick to patient care? Because you don't even know the global statistics. All you know how to do is accuse me of lying when I'm showing you the statistics. I think you really need to sit the fuck down and really think about the shit that you say. And I mean this sincerely. You have no ability, like the person just said, you have no ability to reason. You lack what I would consider the minimum basic standards for being able to understand numbers. You literally misquoted shit, then you said it was a typo, you misspelled typo. You're in such a panic to be right. You've got this problem with the guy that you think you're smarter than or better than telling you to shut the fuck up because you're a stupid motherfucker, and it unnerved you. I'm sorry. Well, I'm a good doctor. No, you're not a good fucking doctor. Let me stop you why you're not a good doctor. The lack of patience you showed with me is a character flaw, that you have a lack of patience. You lacked the ability to maintain a hold of your reason, and then you were wrong. You were wrong about the number of taxes. You were wrong about what subsidized healthcare means, and it's not free healthcare. You were wrong about U.S. mortality rates, and that worries me. It actually genuinely worries me that you're a doctor and you so fumble-fucked so greatly. You're an anesthesiologist and you can't fucking convert 100,000s into thousands. That fucking terrifies me. Because that means you can't properly convert milligrams into grams. That fucking terrifies me. I really think that you have never had anybody in your life look at you and say, your social graces are fucking deplorable. Your background and knowledge is fucking equally bad. You need to sit down. I can convert. I can't type. No, bitch, that doesn't work. You can't type? I can't type? Bullshit. How do you write your fucking reports? How do you do your documentation? Or do you hand scribble it and a nurse transcribes it for you? Fuck right off. Fuck right off with your bullshit. You're the type of, I got a new laptop, the keyboard is small. Oh, so that's, I can't type, I have a small keyboard. I have every excuse in the world. The one thing you can't say is, I was wrong. No, he made a typo, but he fucking misspelt typo. I find it fucking funny when a person, the original way he spoke, brother this, brother that. When the fuck did this become common trend? If you're not my brother, don't call me fucking bro and don't call me fucking brother. That's just fucking ignorant shit. I'm a good anesthesiologist. I don't know the first thing about, it messes up your muscle memory. No, it doesn't. Here, you know how I know you're a fucking liar? I'm gonna stop you with your lying. Here's a keyboard, bitch. Here's a keyboard. Here's another keyboard, bitch. It's way different. It's way bigger. Hold on, bitch. Here's a third fucking keyboard in the same goddamn room. I have 3 keyboards on 3 fucking systems. Tell me again how it messes with your muscle memory. It does not mess with your muscle memory. I use this keyboard almost all day, every day, but I can bring either of the other 2 keyboards over and not make fucking 18 typos. I think the problem is nobody has ever confronted you and said you're a dumb motherfucker and your pride is hurt. One of 2 things can come out of this conversation. Are you trying to say a Mac Neo keyboard is the same as a PC keyboard? Yes, I am. I'm saying a keyboard is a fucking keyboard. I'm saying a keyboard is a keyboard. I've literally just showed you 3 different keyboards. It messes with your muscle memory. Our keyboards have extra letters, to be fair, so if he is switching between the 2, it might be quite different. Hold on. Let me consult with the kid who speaks 8 languages fluently, 15 languages total, can read and write in all of them. Oh yeah, that's right. I've had this discussion with her. No, it doesn't. Stop your bullshit. Stop your bullshit. I'm not talking about if you had only made the word typo as your only typo, I would have been cool with that. But you literally quoted a statistic, got it wrong, so I fixed it 2 lines down. What? But you were still wrong. The keys are smaller. Who fucking cares? Who cares? Really, I mean this. Who fucking cares? You want me to go get my laptop keyboard too? My laptop. All right, here we go, bitch. Here we go. This keyboard is radically smaller than this keyboard. This keyboard is infinitesimally small compared to this keyboard. What's your fucking point? What's your point? What the fuck is your point? Other than, I don't want to own my shit. I want to make every excuse in the world. Do I have to go downstairs and get the other 2 different fucking keyboards from the other 2 fucking systems in the house? Stop with your bullshit. Stop with the bullshit. You fucked up. because you don't know the subject matter well enough. You got angry that a person who's not a doctor called you out 6 times for being wrong 6 fucking times. Take the loss, learn some humility, and say, shit, today I ran into a person today that's smarter than me. Well, if you're on your PC all your life, then you switch to Mac, it's hard. Okay. Can I ask, and I genuinely want to know, that looks like a QWERTY keyboard. That looks like a QWERTY keyboard, right? Oh, shit. This looks like a QWERTY keyboard too, right? Keyboard matters. If you want to argue it doesn't matter, go ahead and do a typing test on each of them. Shut the fuck up. How about does that work for you? I did take the loss, but you question my ability in my profession that I've been doing for 9 years. Hold on a second. You've been doing your profession for 9 whole fucking years? 9 whole years? Bitch, shut up. I've been retired longer than you've been doing your job. I questioned your ability because you questioned mine. Yeah, works for me. You're full of shit then. No, I'm not. You want me to stop what I'm doing and do a fucking typing test on 3 keyboards that aren't even hooked up to my computer right now because they're on separate computers. What the fuck is your argument? You jumped into an argument that's not even directed at you. Do a test, bro. Well, let me stop a couple of people right here. Ready? You're fucking done because you can't follow simple instructions. Because I don't know what part of you don't understand, and you're just fucking useless. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the fucking problem with our world. This is allegedly, first of all, this is an anesthesiologist who can't convert fucking thousands to 100,000s. That scares the piss out of me. Second of all, you got this fucking argument of, well, the job I've been doing for 9 years. Bitch, I've been retired for 10. Like, arguing from the expert level is the worst thing you can do. Yes, this person is the biggest poster child for why socialized healthcare fails, because this kind of person is an anesthesiologist. So I want you to recognize how I knew the person was bullshitting. The person has been an anesthesiologist for 9 years, but they've lived and worked in 3 countries doing NGO work. That means they can't be very good at their fucking job if they're off saving the world. Not saying that good people don't save the world. Good people get out of college, get out of med school, get financially stable, then they go do the NGO work. I haven't met a lot of people that wander around the world while they're in debt. It's not about spelling mistakes. That's a misdirected argument. It's about not being able to reasonably present an argument in a cohesive manner. I'm dyslexic as fuck, so I don't care, but I attempt to be understandable. And you were understandable the whole time. I wasn't able to address everything you said, but I can accept typos. But it's not a typo when you have a mistake in the logic. Why are you at 20 deaths per 1,000 or 100,000? But it's not even 20, it's 18.9, which is a 5% difference. Or are we just forget actually, yeah, it's a 5% difference. Are we just gonna disregard a 5% difference? Then when we compare it to Germany, it's lower than Germany's. This is the fucking bullshit that we deal with. We can't even talk about the solutions to the problem because bitches like that don't even want to acknowledge the problem. Well, Japan's is lower. Yeah. Again, why is the United States and why does nobody ever talk about Mexico's crazy off the chart infant mortality rate? Oh, because they don't report dead immigrants. Why? Because they've decided not to. If you're not a Mexican national, if you die just coming across the border, they don't count you. We shouldn't have been here. They still try to save you, but if you die, they're not going to take the loss on that. Why in America does every state report every death? Because how do you think our senators and the representatives advocate for federal money? Texas doesn't want to count anything to do with illegal aliens except the things that get them more money, right? We've got people dying in cars, trying to give birth, dying in cars. We need more money. But we got to keep all the illegal aliens out. But you want to keep the statistic, right? I'm not talking about letting kids in cars die. I think it's fucking terrible. But we have to take the problem. We have to dissect it. We have to look at it from every angle. States get money from the federal government. You want to fix the fucking budget crisis? Let's fucking stop that. Then we can't get past the stupid people. I used to be adamantly against what Asmongold said, that only certain people should be allowed to vote. And now watching how this country is turning out, I absolutely want to change who can fucking vote. I think every American needs to take the citizenship test. And I think any person who takes the citizenship test and who fails as an American can't vote. Why the fuck should immigrants be allowed or be forced to take a test to prove they can become citizens, but people who are born here to Americans automatically become citizens? We need a second classification. We need citizen class 2, citizen class 1, veteran, military member. We can play with military member. It could be all civil servants, whatever have you. But it's just unfucking real. I'm gonna grab this one because this one made me laugh. Talking about voting, I couldn't download this one because you can't always download everything. I guess it must be because I was using a Mac keyboard that I couldn't download it, right? Because that's what the guy said. Hi, buddy. Are you gonna go where I want you to? I guess not. No country can be the absolute best at everything, and the larger your country is, the harder it becomes to be the best at everything because inefficiencies do not scale linearly with size. That is absolutely correct. It is why Six Sigma is not always necessarily a good standard to try to apply, because a million opportunities for failure, well, when you have no way to pre-sort to get rid of the failures, you're going to have a lot of things that look like failures that are just ordinary doing business. I'm going to talk about Astro's point. I used to think that if we solved the obesity problem, we could solve our healthcare problem easily afterwards. But now I realize that insurance company would still fuck us over. Yeah, the problem is everybody says how great how absolutely great Obamacare was. Yeah, it shows up. I banned it, but unfortunately, Restream's combined chat doesn't have a delay. So Restream grabs them at the same time I see them. I banned it. It would be nice if when you banned it, it takes it out, but that's not how it works. So we have, why the fuck can't I get, can't grab this video. I don't know what's worse about voting, the non-voters or the voting on emotion only voters. I don't think there's a problem with voting by emotion voters. And here's why. I think voting on emotion voters are bad when there's only two parties. when there's only two parties, unfortunately, you put into power a party that might be against 7 of your 8 topics because you've said, my most important topic is this. So right now, let me bring this up. Without the yellow column in play, you're gonna have to decide. Let's say LGBTQ is your big thing. So you're gonna be stuck voting for whichever party has the views on LGBTQ that you think needs to happen. Now, if you're pro LGBTQ, you're gonna be a Democrat, you're gonna be a liberal. But what party do you vote for if you want support for LGBTQ rights, but you want abortions to be ended? Because the Democrats want to give LGBTQ rights, which I don't understand what rights they don't have, but you don't want abortion. Well, is this your number one issue? Or is this your number one issue? Because if you're a one issue voter, then if abortion is your thing and you want to oppose it, you're gonna vote for the Republicans. If support for LGBTQ rights is what you want, you're gonna vote for the Democrats. At the end of the day, I don't blame one party more than the other, but what I will say is that the Democrats don't seem to have a fucking plan. The Democrats don't seem to have a fucking plan for the future. Did I see that Steven is being sued by his lawyers for unpaid bills? Yes, it's fucking hilarious. It's fucking amazing. Don't pay your fucking bills and see that your lawyers sue you. That's fucking unreal. The Republican plan is batshit crazy. No, the Republican plan is not bad. The Make America Great Again plan and platform is fucked up. This one, you got to have a sense of humor for this one. If you're easily offended, then you're not going to like this video, and that's just really tough shit.
Women the vote and the whole country will be damned.
Nonsense. You just want to keep us down.
Hold on. We need to add a little gotta add a little gain.
Women the vote and the whole country will be damned.
Nonsense. You just want to keep us down.
Well, how about 2 of you get into my machine and tell me what you see?
And the patriarchy! And the patriarchy! Let's go, Lindsay!
My farts are now 50% off. Get them now, losers.
Okay, we've seen enough.
And?
Get back to the kitchen, bitch!
Women the
I'm not saying that women shouldn't have the right to vote. I'm saying that we need to take away the right to vote for an awful lot of people. One of the main polling issues is indeed on that list, affordability. That's because affordability is neither political party has an affordability thing. It is, although it is on the list. Affordability is on the list. It's just under taxes. Because the reality of the situation is the majority of people, the majority of people would be able to afford their lives if their tax burden was lessened. If you make up this fucking wonderful bullshit number and you say something along the lines of $31,200 is the universal basic income. This is how much money you need to live, because this is what Bernie Sanders says. Minimum wage needs to be $15 an hour, because that'll fix the problem. Yeah, because it fixed it in California, right? And then you'll hear people, gas would be more affordable if not for the war in Iran. Let me stop you with that. I'm gonna stop you right fucking now. The war in Iran has absolutely nothing to do with the affordability of gas in America. We're exporting a billion barrels of American crude oil every day. Because we don't have the refining capability in North America to refine North American product. North American gas is better for petroleum products and less for universal products than Middle Eastern gas, Middle Eastern crude oil. American gas turns into avgas nicely, high octane automotive fuel nicely, diesel fuel nicely, and a little bit of heavy fuel oil at the bottom. But what we don't get out of it is all the hydrocarbon related products we need for asphalt and plastic and chemicals and fertilizer and all the shit that we use the Middle Eastern oil for. We could make the gas companies still use it as a reason to put up the global price. Right. You're right. But you can't just say if it wasn't for the war in Iran, gas prices would be lower, because that's not accurate. When Donald Trump campaigned on drill baby drill, we don't need to drill anymore. We need to drill less in American oil until we refine baby refine. If we built more refineries and stopped exporting oil, crude oil, gas in America would go down. But we don't do that shit. We don't do that. But can the federal and state governments survive without that tax income right now? Yeah, if we made it so that the first $31,200 a year, could the federal government survive? And the answer is yes. Because if you let everybody, and I'm not saying 31,002 is the magic number. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is if it is the magic number, then that would be the number that people need to survive and not need handouts. If you stopped giving money out, then you wouldn't need as much in taxes. Fiduciary responsibility is a root of corporate evils. No, fiduciary irresponsibility is the root of corporate evil. Fiduciary responsibility means that you're growing your company responsibly and you're not projecting massive amounts of income, doing a constant accordion effect with jobs. They can't survive on it now, which is why they keep going more and more in debt. Doesn't matter how much you forgive the government, they will always find a reason to spend more because they can with the flick of a vote. Right. And that's the problem. I do not want to hear from the government about what people need about their personal consumer habits when we're $33 trillion in debt. And it didn't, life has gotten worse since I was 17. Radically worse. Life has gotten fucking terrible. But nobody wants to hear that. Because everybody wants, like, it's like that guy. Yeah, 33 trillion, 40 trillion, 80 trillion, it doesn't fucking matter. The problem is, people don't care about anything other than what they get. There's a great quote. I looked in your glass to make sure you had enough. You looked in my glass to see if I had more than you. We're not the same. How long did it take for the government to spend 40 trillion? My lifetime, essentially 45 years. School lunch programs. Total fraud. Absolute total fraud. CPS Child Protective Services subcontracting. Total fucking fraud. So you have the state of Illinois and you have DCFS who cannot handle all of the caseloads that they get. DCFS in the state of Illinois is our CPS. Cannot handle all of the caseload. So there are third-party services for CPS involvement. These third-party services don't have enough people, so they hire independent contractors, like me, at $75 an hour. Because in somebody's mind, an independent contractor at $75 an hour is better than an employee. Okay. Because you don't have to pay benefits. Okay. We don't have to pay them for a 40-hour week. Okay, we only use them as needed. Okay. Except you're sending me 30 to 40 interviews a week that I have to do. So I have 40 hours of interviews. Just the interview, the 1 hour interview process. And then I have another 40 hours of writing the report. So why do people turn around and subcontract for DCFS? Because you can make that a week. And no, I'm not bullshitting you. And you make that a year. And no, I'm not bullshitting you. Do you think that the number of DCFS violators is going to go down? No. You have a judge that DCFS is whispering in their ear that this person needs a DV assessment and a parenting assessment and a drug and alcohol assessment, and this person needs to pay $75 for this, and $75 for this, and $75 for this. So this person pays $225 to the court, and so DCFS gets $225 from the person to facilitate all of their interviews. It's all a fucking criminal racket. I thought that when they got rid of the programmers in the Air Force, contracted it out. You had E4 and below doing those jobs. Now you have GS8 plus doing it. Big pay difference. Yeah, because somebody in their fucking right mind said it's better to have civilian employees than GIs, because GIs serve 20 years and then we have to give them a pension for the rest of their life. And so they used to say that one military position was worth 2 civilian positions. Until you remembered that civilians get a pension too. We make stupid decisions. Was it a good decision? No. Was it a politically motivated decision? Abso-fucking-lutely. Yeah. Like those GS employees don't get a pension. It just, they get it later. Military member, this, and I will be, oh, actually, take a real quick break, but I'll be right back. 18 to 38, and we'll talk about the problem. All right. So what's one of the big problems with the military? And I'll be the first to say this. I'm not shitting on the military. They're my brethren. But there is a really big unsustainable problem. You serve from 18 to 38 in the military and you get your 50% pension. Although I don't think they can get the 50% pension anymore. I think they get the 40% plus the 401k. I'm just going to talk about my area. You get a 50% pension. You start giving that person their pension at 38 years and 1 month. And you might pay this pension until that person's 100. That's a problem. But if your country wants to be belligerent like the United States is, you're going to need you're going to need more and more military members. If you don't have them, like, we've shrunk the military down really, really small. And now we're running into a problem of I'll be honest, being in the military sucks ass. There's a lot of time in the military, you embrace the suck. So much so, every military member hears the phrase embrace the suck and they laugh about it. I'm not trying to say the military members are a better class of people. But when you're in an area with a lot of military retirees at the DMV, you can look in the line and see who the military people are. Military people are in line at the DMV. Hands behind their back. Probably not looking around. Looking straight in front of them. Daydreaming, nodding off in position. Right? Why? Because military members spent their whole career stopping till they were told to go and going till they were told to stop. Hurry up and wait. Every single branch of service has hurry up and wait. Waiting at the DMV for an hour? That shit ain't nothing. I've waited outside the fucking finance door for 4 hours. It is what it is. People get mad in the civilian world because your doctor is 15 minutes late. In the military, your doctor was routinely an hour and a half late. Why? Because somebody comes in, like the day that I went in, first appointment after lunch, because Dr. J was usually on time then. I go in, they put me in the room. About 20 minutes later, they come, they say, Dr. J is going to be a while. A guy came in off the flight line. He had metal shavings in his eye. I was like, oh shit, we'll take care of his eye. Hey, by the way, can you turn the lights off? If I'm going to be delayed, I'm going to take a nap. They like, sir, you can't sleep during the duty day. Look, I have insomnia and I'm here to be treated for that. I'm a little bit tired. Can you please just turn the lights off? I can get a nap in. So they did. I woke up 3.5 hours later. Holy fuck, I'm dead. I walked out. The door opened right into Dr. J's office. She was there and she's like, oh, you're awake. Yeah. She's like, I'll do your appointment now. I was like, my ass is grass. She's like, it's okay. I called your unit. I told them you were getting good, healthy, natural sleep. You crashed out. It's what your body needed. Amazing that my blood pressure went down, right? Because I got 3.5 hours sleep. Go to your fucking, go to the civilian doctor. Half the time they're running hours and hours late and people have been screaming at them for 15 minutes. That has to do with insurances. Your doctor is supposed to, in good medical practice, if this is an hour, your doctor should only have 4 appointments. Top of the hour, quarter after, half after, 3/4 after. Because this gives them time to record review, patient visit, diagnose, treat, and chart. What's the problem with that? This isn't profitable. So what they do is they put acute appointments in at 10, 20, 40, and 50. So you go to the doctor, you have an appointment, and you feel like your doctor is in there for 2 seconds and on his way out the door. Then at the end, you get done with your visit and you're like, shit, I forgot to bring something up to the doctor. There are some hospitals that only allow doctors to treat whatever reason you gave when you called in on the phone. That's the only condition the doctor can treat. That violates every aspect of what we teach doctors about total patient care. I walked into my doctor's office with my medication from my psychiatrist, and I said, hey, before I call my psychiatrist and say I think they fucked up my instructions, could you read these labels and tell me if these are right? And my doctor looked at him and he's like, do not take this medication as prescribed. Call them, tell them they fucked it up. Do not take these meds as prescribed. They took my blood pressure med and they had me taking it 4 times daily, and they took my anxiety med and had me taking it at night. That's not right. So if they discover that you have internal bleeding when you arrive, they cannot treat you. That's not what you discussed over the phone. If you showed up to your doctor's office and they felt you had internal bleeding, they would transfer you to the hospital, because doctor's office can't treat internal bleeding. They would transfer you. Like, my doctor is right across the street from the hospital. But for what I'm talking about, for example, is I take a cholesterol medication, and I went to the doctor the other day for my blood pressure. So if I went in to talk about my blood pressure at some of these hospitals, being like, oh yeah, doc, and about my my cholesterol meds, the doctor would have to say, I can't discuss your cholesterol meds. If you need a refill, tell the tech when she comes in. Other than that, she can get you scheduled to do a medication appointment. That's what I talked about earlier in the show. You have a person, they're already on the table, you're already doing the ultrasound. It would take you an additional 5 or 6 minutes to check all the internal organs, to give the radiologist a more comprehensive look. So when I go see the cardiologist on the 1st, he's probably going to order a scan of my heart. You did the scan of the kidneys, because if your kidneys are malfunctioning, it can raise your blood pressure exponentially. But if you have a problem with your gallbladder or your appendix or your liver and the blood flow to those three, that can change it as well. This is where that numbnuts from earlier in the show was probably trying to get to. Is European healthcare better than American healthcare? Yes. In regards to treating the patient like a patient. You have an unexplained 40-point jump in your systolic and a 25-point jump in your diastolic blood pressure. We're gonna send you to the hospital for a chest and abdomen scan. We want to make sure the blood flow is right everywhere. When's that? Right now, we're sending you over there, because we need to know. If there's a problem, they'll take care of you right away. If there's not a problem, we'll de-triage you, and we'll have you see the specialist in a couple of weeks. That makes sense. This is what's fucked up about American healthcare. I racked myself off of the corner of a desk. I was helping my wife move a desk. Racked myself off the corner. The pain didn't go away in about 20 minutes. So I called my doctor's office. I said, hey, I think I might have hurt myself. Do you want me to come into you, or do you want me to go into the ER? They said, oh, we're light this afternoon. Why don't you just come in? Walked in, told the doctor what happened. He said, go immediately over to the hospital. I was like, you're freaking me the fuck out. He's like, your symptoms sound like a testicular torsion. Get the fuck over there. So I went over there. There's about 10 people in line to check in. As I walk in, a lady walks up to me, and she's like kind of like looking like, and I did my friendly thing. I like waved. So she walks up. She's like, "Are you Jay?" And I said, "I am." She's like, "Come with me. I have your wristband." And I was like, "Okay, ma'am, I'm really freaked the fuck out right now." And she's like, "Yeah, we're just gonna get you in, start doing your scan." As I'm doing the scan, fucking surgeon pops his head in. He's like, "Hi, I'm Surgeon so-and-so, and I'm Dr. So-and-so. I'm gonna be doing your surgery if you need it." And I'm like, guys, what the fuck is going on right now? I racked my balls against the fucking table. He's like, yeah, all your symptoms sound like a testicular torsion, which we need to get you into surgery right away if that's the case. That's good fucking healthcare. That's good healthcare right there, right? Bada boom, bada bing, everybody lining up. Why doesn't everybody get treated that way? What somebody had said is, we can't fix the problem in America because if we fixed obesity, insurance companies would still rake us over the coals. Insurance companies are bullshit. Yeah, people always confuse healthcare with health insurance. When you create an industry that's for profit, of course the insurance company doesn't want to pay out for all these scans and all these tests because it costs some money. We can't fix, We can't fix the problem if it's about money. Healthcare should be not for profit. Education should be not for profit. I'm not saying that individuals in the system can't profit, but it shouldn't be for profit. I guess that's too radical of an idea for some people. Let's see. We covered, oh yeah, lies that Gen X was told. Gen Xers, I'm gonna give you a little PTSD right here.
Lies Gen X were told as kids. Going to college guarantees you'll land a good job. Don't crack your knuckles or you'll get arthritis. You have to learn cursive because you'll use it for the rest of your life. Milk is the best source of calcium. You won't always have a calculator in your pocket. By the year 2000, the world's oil will be gone. Sitting too close to the TV will make you go blind. Pluto is the 9th planet in the solar system. Don't get in cars with strangers and don't meet people from the internet. Video games are just a fad. No company will hire you if you have long hair or tattoos. Eating fat makes you fat. The USSR is the world's biggest threat. If you work hard, you'll succeed. You have to wait 30 minutes after eating before swimming. It's illegal to turn on the car light while driving. Drinking coffee will stunt your growth. Swallow this and it'll take 7 years to digest. If you keep doing that, your eyes will stay like that.
All that shit is what Gen X was told. I'm disappointed that the van with candy was a lie. I still laugh at how quickly a society can change. When I was a kid, don't get in a car with strangers and don't talk to strangers. And now we call strangers to have them pick us up. I'm not saying ride-sharing programs like Uber and Lyft are bad, but yeah, and pay them to do it. I'm not saying that ride-sharing programs like Uber and Lyft are inherently bad. They're not inherently bad. What I'm saying is they created an industry of people that don't understand that you're not entitled to more money. There are a number of cases of people that are Uber drivers or Lyft drivers getting into a car accident and then ruining the rest of their life because they did not tell their car insurance that they were doing ride sharing. Like, I try not to go nuclear on my children. I really do. I'm not always successful, but I really do try to not go nuclear on my children. And then one day my daughter tells me she's delivering for Jimmy John's. And I said, I didn't know Jimmy John's had delivery vehicles. She's like, they don't. I use my Kia. Who's fucking Kia? What the fuck are you doing? She's like, I use the Kia. Motherfucker, first of all, the Kia is not even supposed to be in that suburb. You just up and took the car to a place I told you not to move. But that aside, you're using my fucking car that you're not even on the title for to deliver for fucking Jimmy John's? That shit's stopping right the fuck now. She's like, well, I need to make money. You're not making any money because you owe me 63 cents a mile you put on the car. She's like, well, why would I owe you 63 cents a mile? Fucking oil changes, transmission flushes, coolant flushes, new fucking tires. Oh, and by the way, your car's not certified for you, insured for you to be making fucking commercial deliveries with it. So she got mad at me and I'm like, fuck right off. You're not using my car to deliver Jimmy John's. It's a car I give you to, I don't even know what the fuck you're doing with it right now, but it's the car I gave you to go from the apartment I put you into work. Now you've moved twice. Whatever. Like, I had bought her a dresser. She moved out. She moved a couple of times. Dresser got destroyed. They didn't bring the parts back. They threw it out. Now my daughter's like, well, I don't have a dresser. Yeah, I need a dresser. And? Well, can you get me a dresser? No, I bought you a dresser. Well, the one you bought me fell apart. But I could have fixed it. I'm not buying another dresser because I could have fixed the one you had. You're not making money, you're putting me on the chopping block and hoping the execution doesn't take a swing. Right, exactly. Let's see. I wish health professionals did full body scans and full blood panels for men and women every 5 years, even if too young to detect stuff like early breast or prostate or testicular cancer. Sometimes docs don't run tests because they think you're too young, which is weird because you can technically get dementia in your 20s. There's no such thing as a disease that is too old or too young. Okay, you are correct. You are absolutely correct. Break. The reason why they don't run PSAs for men under 40 is because doing your PSA antigen test isn't going to help you, because if you are under the age of 40 and you get prostate cancer, you are going to have a very aggressive form of it. So scheduling periodic blood work for men under their 40 to have their PSA isn't going to help anybody. I get what you're saying and I get the sentiment, but here's the problem. Full body scans are not the answer until you have a problem. For example, if I went in, it was my annual full body scan or my every 5-year body scan, my internal organs would freak a radiologist out. I have nodules on my lungs. I have nodules on my adrenal gland, on my liver, on my kidneys. I just have nodules. I have nodules in my neck. Full body scan would literally have the radiologist freaking the fuck out. The problem is they're all benign. I don't have any malignant tumors. That's why they're not tumors, they're nodules. Full body scan is great when you've already tried targeted things. Now, I do 100% agree with you for women, because first of all, there's no easy test for testicular cancer. The PSA antigen for prostate cancer. Women, on the other hand, I 100% endorse women, and I know a lot of the women in the viewership are in the that are. If your husband says this to his wife, they're gonna be like, "That guy's an idiot." Mammograms aren't comfortable for women, but they should start having them sooner rather than later. There's genetic testing that they can do for women that will indicate their markers for the 2 lines of women cancer, which really can be helpful in knowing what their preventative maintenance schedule should be. And I know it sounds like I'm treating them like a car, but at the end of the day, the human body is a biomechanical engineering sack. I don't disagree with you at face value, but what I disagree with you is we can't even get people in for the blood work and the scans that they need when we have a triggering flag. I know some people argue, they're like, well, an American can spend like $5,000, go to Turkey and get a complete medical workup. Yeah, they can. Hey, Blue. And the reason why they can is because Turkey has turned that into a tourism/service industry. But why did they do it? Because at the end of the day, medicine is a lot cheaper than you pay for. Because just like the idiot doctor that was here earlier that I was trying to explain things to, when you go into the doctor, right? You go into the hospital and you pay $5,000. You're not paying $5,000 for you. You're paying $5,000 because you have to subsidize these 2 people that defaulted on their bills. There isn't a good answer. So please don't feel like I believe any of these things. But if you look at the tabletop game Cyberpunk or Shadowrun, and you look at the video game Cyberpunk 2077, if you want hospitals to not have to charge people for people that don't pay, then hospitals shouldn't be legally mandated to provide life-saving, life-stabilizing treatment to people that don't have insurance. I'm not saying I agree with that, I'm saying that is how you make that happen. Like, for example, there was a guy who was in a car accident. He was life flighted from the accident to a hospital. When he arrived at the hospital's like, why the fuck did you bring this guy here? We can't save his life. Life flight him from our hospital to the major trauma center. The guy got charged for both life flights. His lawsuit was, you can't charge me for the second one. I didn't choose to go to the hospital that couldn't treat me. And it's a damn fine argument. The other thing is, some people have life flight insurance. I don't think people should have to carry life flight insurance in case they ever have to be medevaced via helicopter to somewhere else. My daughter got a fucking bill because of her ambulance ride. I said to the hospital, I said, let me get this straight. You had to call a third-party provider to transport my daughter because your in-house ambulance wasn't available. They said yes. I said, when did you ever tell us that? Well, we didn't. Great, you pay the third-party contractor. I'm not getting involved in it. The hospital's like, no, you have to pay them. Where's my signature on any paperwork authorizing them? The hospital was like, well, it's like, no, that's your problem. I said, no, it's your problem. I called my insurance company. My insurance company called them and said, that's your problem. Because you don't have his signature or her signature on anything. Well, we have the patient's signature. No, the patient's under the age of 18 and can't enter into legally binding contracts. There's several doctors who are going for no insurance with direct pay them $75 to $150 a month, and you have access to the physician for general annual care with additional lower prices than non-general issues. Yeah. I wish our taxes were spent more prioritizing housing, healthcare, and education, or there were programs that offer low housing in exchange for community service. Let me help you out with this. I love your nobility. The problem is, I'm going to tell you something about being a landlord, and it directly relates over to the problem of people in poverty that need help. When you're a landlord, your shit gets fucked up. That's why you charge a security deposit. People don't take care of rentals because a vast majority of renters don't take care of the rentals because it's not theirs. They don't have a dog in the fight. What they don't understand is, yeah, I charged you have $1,000 security deposit. I was fair. If you lived in that unit for 6 years, I didn't charge you for damage to the stove, the refrigerator, the microwave, or the carpet. Because every 6 years I refresh those items anyway. Because you've stayed in that unit for 6 years, you saved me having to refresh it out of cycle. It was due to be refreshed at 3 years. You stayed for 6. Mini blinds, shit like that. Those in Illinois, at least, those all have a replacement schedule. The problem is the people who put fucking holes in the wall when they're moving, or they chip the corners, and then their response is, well, when am I gonna get my security deposit back? There's a fucking hole in the wall. Well, according to the thing that says it's only $250. Yeah, there's a hole in the wall. You broke the shit out of the corner of the drywall by the door. I don't know what the fuck you did to the toilet. Your money's gone. Be glad I don't go after you in small claims court for everything above the security deposit. You could punch my renter in the face for pouring grease down your sink. Yeah. That's why I tell them, I tell the left when they say everyone deserves a home, I say no, they don't. This is the really, really hard, this is the really, really, really harsh part. Not everybody deserves a home. You don't deserve a home just by virtue of being a human being. And when the liberal left keeps saying everybody deserves basic human rights, the problem is your belief that they all deserve basic human rights isn't factoring in their behavior. And their behavior is what is determining they don't deserve those basic human rights. Everyone deserves the chance to have a home. Yes. Everybody deserves the chance to have a home. Not everybody deserves to have an affluent lifestyle because a lot of people won't work for it. I'm sure she'd kill me if she found out I was telling the story, but I'm telling it anyway. Friend of mine, I've told her for years, you piss away money that you don't have. She texted me over the weekend and she said, I just had the most embarrassing thing happen to me as a parent. I said, what's up? She said, I was in line at the grocery store. I thought I had $14 in my bank account. I only had $9. So I couldn't buy the kids popsicles. You're fucking poor as shit. Why are you buying popsicles? This is not a weird flex, right? This is not a weird flex. She's buying groceries with $14. I have $71 on my fucking desk that I don't particularly even give a shit about. It's just there. The problem is, if you don't have next month's rent covered, why are you buying popsicles? 1 second. Buy Kool-Aid mix and make your own popsicles for 1/10 the cost. Yeah. We made Kool-Aid popsicles when I was a kid. I made Kool-Aid popsicles when I was a kid. And then I figured out that making Kool-Aid popsicles was a waste of good fucking Kool-Aid. Like, to be honest, you get a little bit of Kool-Aid spilled, a little bit of Kool-Aid in the fucking trays, I'm just like, fuck it, I'm just gonna drink the Kool-Aid. The same friend that's struggling to provide her kids with a lifestyle, she is a walking, talking example of the thing where Generation X is the last generation that predominantly acquired more wealth than their parents did. I fully support EBT or SNAP benefits to only be used on basic ingredients to make food and not pre-made expensive junk food. What I'm gonna say is, I 100% fully support SNAP and EBT, but we have to walk back this idea about pre-made food. The reason why we have to walk back this thing about pre-made food is some pre-made food is actually cheaper than ingredients. A rotisserie chicken can be pulled apart and turned into a number of meals for $4.99. But according to some states and what they want to change with the EBT and the SNAP, you wouldn't be able to buy the rotisserie chicken with SNAP or EBT. But a rotisserie chicken for $5 is more than 3 meals, realistically speaking. Yeah, Little Debbie's, cases of soda, that should be excluded. Now, I know what people say. I know what people say, and they're like, well, are you telling a poor person that they can't buy their kid a candy bar? Yeah, I am. And I'll be that guy. I'll be that guy. Yes, I am saying that a poor person shouldn't use my money to buy their kid a candy bar. That's where the difference is. If you have money, buy your kid whatever the fuck you want. But if you're using my money for it, What is it that Gary Vee says? If I have bag, I have say. My daughter's not happy that I have say over her life. You live in the apartment that I pay for, cooling your ass and heating your ass with the fucking utilities I pay for, washing your ass with the water that I pay for, eating the food that when you can't provide all your food that I pay for, you goddamn right I have a say. You don't want me to have a say? Give me all my money back. Can't have poor people getting a rotisserie chicken because it's convenient. It's because it's prepared food. Rotisserie chickens are normally in a grocery store. They're normally profit losses because they're leading items. Yeah, there's whole sections of TikTok of people flexing all the shit they buy with government assistance in these huge hauls, and crazy how much some of them can buy in a month. Loss leaders, thank you. Fuck, my fucking brain was trying to get to that. You take a loss on the rotisserie chicken because you put it at the back of the store and you know they're going to pick up 3 or 4 other high profit margin marked up items. What'd you say? Struggling paycheck to paycheck from lack of income is one thing, but people who go out of their way to spend money without saving give me anxiety to think about it. Yeah. I changed my ratios, but 50% of your paycheck should go to your needs. And 30% of your paycheck should go to savings. And 20% in the middle is what you enjoy on wants. And guess what? If it takes 60% to pay for your needs, then your niceties come out of those come out of those wants. After my mom died, I tell the story, I don't mind sharing it. After my mom died, I got a house. I bought a piece of shit. I bought a piece of shit house that needed a lot of renovations. Needed a lot of renovations. Every room in the house needed renovations. So bought the house, moved my shit into it, started working on the first room that needed renovations. Very quickly, I realized I needed a new washer, a new dryer, a new range, a new refrigerator, a new microwave. So I got a job at Best Buy. Worked Saturdays at Best Buy. You had to be back in the day, you had to be at Best Buy for 90 days to get your cost plus discount. 90th day happened to be a day that I was working. I walked in, ordered a new washer, new dryer, new oven, new fridge, and I was going to take the microwave home with me that day. My boss looks at me and says, I suppose now that you got your cost plus discount on all your appliances, you'll work today's shift, and after your shit gets delivered, you're going to quit? Looked at my boss and said, hell no, I'm not going to quit. But it took my boss by surprise. What do you mean? I still have to buy a surround system, a TV, DVD player, and a new computer. I'm going to work here until I can afford to buy that shit at cost plus. I told you every weekend, living in that house, every weekend, my fiance at the time, she was mad. Every weekend, I'm like retiling a bathroom. She's like, well, are we going to be able to go out with our friends tonight? I said, you can go out with your friends tonight, but the bathroom needs to get done. So I got to tile the fucking bathroom. She's like, how long is that going to take? I was like, I fucking don't know how long it's going to take. I got to tile the fucking bathroom. So I spend all day tiling the bathroom because I'm not fucking good at it. I know how to do it, but I'm not like tile expert less than an hour. So I'm out there and I'm tiling the bathroom. Next weekend, I'm staining baseboards. Next weekend, I'm, pulling fucking electrical outlet wire and everything. She finally said to me, she's like, how much do you have for the house? Said I got about right around 10 grand, 9,600, 9,800. She said, make a list of all the shit you want done. So I made the list of all the shit I want done. She leaves, she comes back. She's like, yeah, give me all the money you have for the house. I'm taking you out of town for the weekend. So we go out of town, leave on Friday, come back Sunday, whole fucking house is done. Inside, outside, carpet, tile, landscaping, retaining wall and shit rebuilt, roof redone, fence redone, a new fence put in. A couple of bits didn't get done because there wasn't enough money. She's like, I was like, how did we get this done? She's like, I'm Mexican, remember? I got probably $30,000 to $40,000 worth of contracting work done for the Mexican work connection. Could I have done that all in the next 6 months? Sure. But people, I offered that woman who's struggling, I was going to buy her a trailer. I said, here's the deal. I'll buy you a trailer. You owe me $1,000 a month rent. But on any month that you have hardships, you can borrow back up to $500. And so the way that worked was on the first of the month, she gives me $1,000, right? She needs to take $250 back. That's fine. The total overall balance then is only reduced by $750. I told her, I said, I know this sounds like a really long-term deal for you, but you're paying $1,300 a month in rent. If you can move into this trailer and pay me $1,000 a month, in 52 months, you'll own 52 months plus probably another year because of the property taxes. You'll own the place free and clear. I'll title it over to you. She's like, I don't want to live in a trailer. Bitch, you're fucking poor. And I literally offered you a situation that between 52 and 104 months, you would finally have a piece of equity. It's not a great piece of equity, but it's a hell of a lot fucking better than you have now. She didn't want it. She turned it down. My wife basically at that point put her foot down and said, you're not helping her anymore. Because you literally offered to buy her a fucking trailer so she could get equity underneath her. Yeah, I don't know how many people wouldn't love a deal like that. You have a friend who's willing to become your landlord, and in 4 years, let's call it 5 years, you'd finally, the only monthly bill you'd have is 1/12 of the property tax. What the fuck is wrong with people? Poor people shouldn't have standards. Poor people shouldn't have standards. Poor people should recognize anything is better than what I have. You think when I went through my second round of poverty, you think I had fucking standards? What's the food bank got? Cool, I'm eating. It's not what I like, it's fucking spam. Well shit, I'll learn how to cook spam then.
Lies Gen X.
Lies Gen X was told. Let's see. We're going to talk about CPS. We're going to talk about CPS first here. This is, as you guys have heard me say, the whole way our society runs boggles my mind.
You think it's crazy that CPS will take your kids away from you because you can't afford to take care of them, but they'll put them in a system to where they can get a new family and pay them to take care of your kids?
That's what the problem we have is. You pay taxes to the state, then CPS takes your kids because you don't have money to take care of your kids. But then they put your kids in a foster care home, and then they give the foster care parents money when they could turn around and give you a little bit of your money back and you'd be able to take care of your kids. They should have some standards, but nothing too crazy. Like if it's possible, don't stay at a moldy apartment if you can swing getting a safer place. But yeah, beggars can't be choosy. Well, right, but the problem is if you're living in your car and the best place you have is a moldy apartment, if that's the only opportunity, then you fucking move into the moldy apartment and you make it not moldy. It was crazy to see when they tried to get this homeless encampment out of the park in my city. Some of the last people refused to leave unless they were given furnished apartments with balconies. Right. Because there's no consequence anymore. See, I'm not saying that consequences all have to be physical violence. But I mean, there was a reason why in the 70s and the 80s, you didn't fucking challenge your father. You didn't do no stupid shit. There's a fucking reason. I'm gonna do this other CPS video, then we're gonna do the dad video.
It's crazy that
this is the other problem. We have the one side of our problem where CPS can take your kids because you don't have money and then give money to a family to raise your kids. But listen to what this fucking crackheaded CPS worker says about not needing a warrant.
And I'm telling you, from here on out, you're not getting in unless you have a warrant.
No, I'm not sure that we need a warrant, but I will talk with our legal staff about that.
I'm not sure we need a warrant. Bitch, if you work for the state and you want to access my house, unless you can articulate exigent circumstances, you bet your ass you need a warrant to enter my house. Yeah, the ceiling's killing me, but you bet your ass you need a warrant to enter my house.
Why wouldn't you need a warrant when it's the Fourth Amendment against unlawful searches and seizures?
Picking up from the heated doorstep confrontation, the homeowner stood his ground on constitutional protections. When the caseworker claimed a walkthrough was not an official search, the father immediately called out the bureaucratic wordplay and demanded judicial proof.
That's the same thing.
Same thing.
That's sir. Man to man, that's double speak.
Well,
I didn't walk through your. That's a search, okay?
Tensions peaked when the parents demanded to know who initiated the repeated complaints against their household. Under mounting legal pressure, the caseworker unexpectedly admitted that local law enforcement had originally contacted Child Protective Services without formal justification.
the person that made the call to us was the police, who is a mandated reporter. Now, where the police got their information is a whole separate issue. They reported to us and...
Realizing the parents knew their rights and would not submit to intimidation, the caseworker began to back away. The father concluded the standoff by making it crystal clear that without a judge-signed warrant, no government agent would enter.
Sir, we're not going to do anything else until you come back with either a warrant or a piece of paperwork that says that my house is a mess. We have cooperated with the allegation as much as we possibly can.
Under the Fourth Amendment, government caseworkers cannot enter a private home without consent, exigent circumstances, or a court-ordered warrant. Knowing your constitutional right...
This is the fucking problem. The biggest lies you'll ever hear from somebody is, I'm here for the government and I'm here to help. As I've tried to say in the show, I think CPS has a very, very difficult job. I don't think it should be the judges of social workers that are working at CPS. I think it should be the very best and brightest social workers that we have. If CPS ever shows up at your house, they're not there to help. Don't let them in. Be polite, but don't let them in your house. Not until the whole fucking system gets better. Don't let them in your house. Where they got their information? Yeah, with a porch sign saying how they're gonna shoot intruders. Also, by the way, don't have the fucking porch sign that's gonna say you're gonna shoot intruders. Establishes premeditation. Don't have a sign that says beware of dog. It understands that you knew your dog was dangerous. The sign should never say beware of dog. All the sign should say is dog on premises. The interesting thing about that is I wonder if the HOA guards can prevent them from entering through the gate. Technically, yes, a homeowners association, if in a gated community, can stop the police from entering without the warrant. However, most homeowners associations in a gated community are not going to deny the police entry, because then the police become disinterested in helping maintain the policing of that community. Even if you're in a gated community, it is still nice when the police roll up to it, do a drive around, because it lets people know that the police still come into that neighborhood. If gated communities were 100% safe, everybody would just live in a gated community. They're not 100% safe. You still have crime that happens in gated communities. What about beware of grass? Some people may be allergic. I would never have a beware of grass sign. I would never, if I kept bees, I would not have a beware of bees sign. I didn't ask the bee to sting you. I didn't sick the bee on you. Remember that there is a legal doctrine called access to curtilage. Unless you, in a standard neighborhood, you can't easily deny people access to your front door. Because the concept of curtilage is that if the post office has a package for you, they're going to bring it to your door. If UPS, FedEx, DHL have a package for you, they're going to bring it to your door. If you start posting warning signs, then they only have to A, leave it on your property, or B, not leave it at all and take it back, and then you have to go pick it up. That's why I tell people warning signs are a double-edged sword. When you have a piece of property where your front door is a quarter of a mile from the road, they're not required to deliver all the way down to your door. If it doesn't look safe for them, they can leave that shit at your mailbox on the street. I wouldn't do that. You can establish with those services that you'll pick your packages up in town. That becomes ass pain. You want to be on good terms with delivery people. But when you start having signs like beware of dog, attack dog on premises, dog on duty, they're going to be like, no, fuck that. That's why you put a deliver here box on your property that's not your front door. You can do that. However, that's not always legally sufficient for the appropriate delivery spot for those couriers. If you read in the fine print, it says packages must be left at the door because they have to take a picture of the package at your door. What good does that do? I fucking don't know. But I'm also not a lawyer that litigates missing package cases. That is what it is.
And I'm telling you from...
So who's the better parent? Honest question. Who's the better parent? Dads or moms? It's an interesting question. A lot of people don't want to answer it. Depends on what you want them to learn. Good. After many years, we have smart people. Depends on what. Who is the better parent for preparing children for the world? Dad is the better parent for preparing children for the world. This is a great video.
Dads are better at raising kids than moms. Moms have love, but dads have boundaries. A father will run his house like a tiny correctional facility. A mother runs the house like a communist state that's surrendered to every form of dopamine and drama. The dad says no cookie. The kid cries, we don't care. The mom hears no cookie from the other room, and she runs in with juice, goldfish, and an iPad. The kid is only 3 years old, and he already figured out who he can extort. Dad says no, it's a case closed, but mom says no, now there's an open bidding war. This unemployed 34-inch terrorist is rolling around Target negotiating for Oreos. Kids figured out moms will keep rewarding tantrums. Eventually, that 3-year-old's gonna grow up, and he will discover one harsh truth. The world does not care. His screaming used to work on his mom.
No, I'm not saying all women are like this, and I'm not saying all dads aren't like this, but, yeah, Delaron, you're from the south side of fucking Chicago. When your dad slapped you and turned your head around, your mom slapped you back the other way so they didn't have to take you to the chiropractor. I mean, the 70s and 80s kids out of the fucking south side of Chicago, we're a fucking case study amongst ourselves. On the south side of Chicago, you didn't hang out with the troublemaking kids if you were a smart kid, because if your friend got in trouble, you got your ass beat for your friend getting in trouble. One, because why are you hanging out with a troublemaker? And two, why are you getting caught? Like, we used to have the part of the lecture on the south side of Chicago of, okay, all the shit you did that was wrong, don't do it because it was wrong, but why the fuck did you get caught? Like, you should be lucky you got caught by another parent, not by the police. You think I love you enough to bail you out of jail? You think I love you enough to get a lawyer? You're gonna trust your ass to some fucking public defender? But no, I don't. There are no good MMOs coming out. MMOs are dead. Unless somebody has $1 billion to give me and I'll build one, we're fucked. The problem is, I've seen neo-millennials and Zoomers lose jobs on their first day. What do you mean I have to? It's what the fuck I told you to do. Here's a broom. Here's a dustpan. Sweep the dock. That's not what I was hired to do. The fuck's on the bottom of your goddamn employment contract? What's that? What's that say? All other duties as assigned. No cell phone policy. It seems to me like there's a generation of content creators that are taking things to an extreme. You can't have a cell phone on the sales floor. Well, that means if you call me after hours, I'm not going to pick up. If I can't have my phone during the workday, you don't have access to me at night. Cool. Would you like extra hours? Would you like extra hours? Oh. Well, why does Jay get all the extra hours? Because he answers the phone. My boss, I worked as a security guard at a mall. Not my greatest moment, but it's who would hire me. They called me. I'd worked like 15 days in a row. I worked 14 days in a row. I was on my mandatory. I have to have the day off. My boss said, do you want overtime? I said, I've worked 14 days in a row, a crazy amount of hours, and I just had a drink. My boss was like, well, I need somebody that can be here as a supervisor overnight. I said, okay. I said 4 hours. My boss was like, what? I said, I will be there in 4 hours. I'm going to take a shower. I'm going to lay down. I'm going to sleep off the drink that I had. I'll be there in 4 hours. So I went in. And everybody was there like, holy shit, dude, this is like your 15th day in a row. No, technically 4 hours puts me at 10 o'clock. I got off at 10 o'clock the night before. So I've had a 24-hour rest period. And I'm here to work. My boss was like, shit, if I could get everybody to have this work ethic. Said to my boss, who I'd known from college, I said, it's not work ethic. It's like, I have this need to eat. Overtime is where I get ahead. If I was given the IP of any game and given however much money you need to make it profitable, what IP would you take over? That's a great question. I'll take a real quick break from politics to answer this question. If there was a person who rolled up and gave me a stack of money, I would make this into an MMO. I would make the Rifts world into an MMO. The reason why I would do that is because the game is completely rich with lore, classes. It's set in a post-apocalyptic world, which is my primary genre setting. I love post-apoc. It has magic, psionics, technology all rolled into one game, and it's all very balanced. It has multiple ways already written in the rules on how to do town management, guild management, traveling carnival management, mercenary company management. That's all there. Shadowrun would be a close second. I love the genre for Shadowrun, but the problem is it's too niche. As well as all you people saying Star Wars is too niche. Here's why. Here's why Star Wars is way too niche. I don't want to have to argue with people when I have to bust out, right? One of my cats was on my shelf and knocked over all my shit. As we always remember, this is the GM pen. This is the gamification pen. I know that the decision I'm making doesn't make logical sense, but I have to make this decision in order to have a good game. The reason why Star Wars doesn't make for a good MMO is because, first of all, if everybody can be a Jedi and everybody can be a Sith, then nobody's a Jedi and nobody's a Sith, because they're supposed to be rarer. Number two, unless you're gonna outright say, we have a disparity in power levels. Why Jedi don't have an 85% chance to parry energy blasts right out of the box is beyond me. It's kind of like, I don't know however many people ever played the Star Trek tabletop game. Star Trek had a tabletop RPG. Now, one of the things about the tabletop Star Trek RPG is that in the rules, it designed two campaign ideas that the players needed to agree upon. Either number one, the players are all going to be like entry-level ensigns or cadets, and there's going to be a lot of times where your player is excluded because, right, you're obviously not going to have 5 engineering cadets or 5 engineering ensigns. That's going to make for a really boring campaign. You can do it, but you're going to have a lot of you're not involved. And if I remember the book correctly, it said, think of it like a TV show. Each play session is a TV show. Your character's not on the screen all the time. The other one is that you understand that you are going to be the bridge officers of a starship, which means the players are going to have to get together to pick who the captain's going to be, who the first officer's going to be, who the specialties are, and understand that you're nominating one of your players to have a whole lot more starting shit they can do than the other people. Also, it would be hard to make a game more fun than Force Unleashed for playing as a Jedi. Right. Star Wars and Star Trek are very much more leveled towards single player games or co-op games. MMOs out of those would be difficult. Now, I saw somebody said Marvel. Marvel's another example. City of Heroes, City of Villains, DC Universe Online. These all worked really well. The problem is they work well, but you have to understand the direction we're gonna go. If everybody's a hero, nobody's a hero. Is really what we have. You want an arcade sequel that doesn't detract from the original vision. I agree with you. I'll be right back. Just like the Matrix Online. Yeah. Games, unfortunately, there's a lot of good ideas, but they're just not going to work because that's why you have to have the discussion right at the beginning. Like, for example, I don't know why Blizzard doesn't make their next $8 billion by making World of Sanctuary online. World of Sanctuary, they already have 10 very strong classes. You could tweak a couple of them to have healer options. Not every class needs to be able to be a healer. Some can. The F-22s are overhead. But they could take World of Sanctuary. They already have all the lore, all the story, all the everything to make the game and 4 expansions. They don't even have to get really that creative. They have the rough outline. The problem is, if Blizzard made World of Sanctuary, it would cost them World of Warcraft players. When we thought World of Sanctuary, Diablo's world. Yeah, the creative direction is done. Now you just got to make it. The problem is when we thought Blizzard was down to 1 million subscribers on WoW, we were like, oh, why aren't they making World of Sanctuary? Why aren't they doing World of Diablo? Why aren't they doing World of StarCraft? Then we find out that Blizzard has never had less than 4.1 million monthly subscribers. Well, that becomes a radically different beast, right? When you're talking 61 million a month rather than 15 million a month, that's radically different. Now we understand why they don't make a different MMO, because the MMO they have has still got 4.1 million monthly subscribers. They never have dipped below that. All these people are like, well, these numbers and these numbers and these numbers. Yeah, but that doesn't fucking matter. My wife has had a subscription to Final Fantasy 14 for 2 years, just squatting on our house. We decided we're not going back. She has no interest in playing anymore, and I don't have any interest in going back. The problem with any new MMO is that you're not only competing with current MMOs, but also the future ones that are probably building upon what you created if your game is successful. Right, but here's the thing. And Rifts is hella fun, Darbs. Hella fun. Here's the problem. Who is your target audience? And this is why knowing who your target audience is really important. Is your target audience MMORPG players? Or is your target audience first-person shooter, battle royale, shooter, MOBA players? Because you have to know which one of these is your target audience. Unfortunately, the bean counters, when making an MMO, are aiming for these people because there's millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of them. The problem is you're supposed to be going after MMORPGers because you're making an MMORPG. Here's the difference in personality types. I'm just gonna call these the shooters and the MOBAs. That's everybody I just mentioned. They're used to playing a game for 3 to 6 months max, and going to a game, 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 and then going to the re-release of this game, and so on. That's how they play. That's the nature of their shit. League of Legends, they play Dota, they play Han, they play Heroes, they go back to League of Legends. League of Legends, they go to Dota, some stay at Dota. The ones that didn't, they go to Han. Some stay at Han. Those that didn't, go to Heroes of the Storm. They stay at Heroes of the Storm. Those that didn't, return to League of Legends. Because arguably, League of Legends is the best MOBA on the market. Well, I don't think it is. Well, I don't give a shit what you think. It has the largest player base and it's the most profitable. If it's the largest player base and the most profitable, it is the gold standard. Well, I think Han is better than... Yeah, that's great. Because you're personally vested in Han. When Han has better monthly average player count and more income than League of Legends, it'll get there. Well, I think if the game had a... Oh, so you mean there's room for improvement? Got it. That's why I don't have to have the other person for the argument. I already know the argument they're going to make. Financial success is the absolute reality of good or bad, because it is an objective number rather than a subjective number. Over here with MMORPG players, they don't do this bounce around. They get a game. And you know when they start looking for another game? When they're dissatisfied. The satisfied players, end of the month, right back in the game. End of the month, right back in the game. End of the month, right back in the game. You keep the satisfied players playing, they keep paying. MMORPG players don't jump around games. They only start looking when they're dissatisfied. Why did ArcH came out, and why did so many people look at BDO? Half of the people that went to BDO because of the action combat. The other half went in because they were disenfranchised with ArcH's pay-to-win RNG, fuck you in the ass mechanics. So people went to BDO. And then they found the same bullshit pay-to-win mechanics, so they went back to ArcH. Not all of them. Some of them stayed at BDO. Then we're in ArcH again. And then Revelation Online comes out, and we went over there. And then they had bullshit pay-to-win mechanics, but not as penalizing as ArcH. And you're like, oh, this is pretty good. And then they had better raids, and they had better dungeons, and they had better PvP. The class builds were simpler, but overall the enjoyment was higher. And then what happened? There was a critical bug that they didn't patch. And MMORPG players said, fuck this, we're going back to our other game. ESO had a good balance of RPG and action gameplay with the ability to roll dodge multiple spell bars, not just standing there clicking like WoW. Too bad it was pay to win. It had a good balance. Yes, I will give you that. It did have a good balance. I thought Honor of Kings was bigger than League of Legends. Overseas, yes. Domestically, no. But yes, overseas, I believe Honor of Kings was larger internationally. Same with ARPG players. They cycle 3 to 4 games based on each update, spend about a month on each game. Right. Yoshi P is a great marketing mind for this. He said, we can't develop content faster than you can absorb it. So play through our expansion and then go play something else. Just don't forget to come back. And that's brilliant.
Dads are better at raising kids.
That's brilliant. Speaking of the business piece, let's talk about attitude being everything in business. This is one that we as the consumers need to force MMORPG or whatever other product back into.
Let's say I'm on a business trip. My work is done early and I want to go home to my family. I check the website, I see that there's flights available on the earlier flights, let's call it a day early. And so I call the airline and I say, hey, I'm done early. I'd really love to get home to my family. I see that you've got availability in the earlier flight. Can I get on that flight? The agent says, I'm sorry, you have the wrong class of ticket. I can't change your flight. I'm happy to pay a fee. I'm happy to pay whatever it is. Please, can I get on that flight? I'm sorry, sir, I told you you have the wrong class of, you have the wrong class. I can't book you. You have the wrong status flight. There's nothing I can do. The computer won't let me do it. I now hate that airline. Okay, let's replay that. Same scenario. Hi, I'm done early. Love to go home. I see you have availability. Can I get on that flight? Sir, I want to get you home to your family. Here's the problem. Your ticket is the wrong class, and so the computer won't let me. But let me see what I can do. I really want to get you home to your family. Click, 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 click. That didn't work. Click, 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 click. That didn't work. Sir, let me talk to my supervisor. I'm determined to get you home to your family. Go away. Come back. Sir, I talked to my supervisor. We've tried like 6 different things. There's nothing I can do. I am so sorry. I just cannot get you on that earlier flight. Don't worry. Thank you for trying. I now love that airline even though I didn't get what I want. And that's what it feels like when someone cares.
That is so important because even if the answer is no, even if you know the answer is no, you're now selling a no. If you watched Boiler Room with Ben Affleck, every call a sale is made. Either you sell somebody some stock or they sell you a reason why they're not buying. Boiler Room is a radical, it's not for everybody. It's not the Friedman method, but it's a great, yeah, you can't sell a no, but you can always sell a maybe. The Disney people are trained to try to get you to do a bounce back offer. The Disney people at the front desk are absolutely trained at checkout to do a bounce back. Try to get you to bounce back. When you check in, they're absolutely trained to throw in that, and if you're looking to book any future stays. I don't want to make them uncomfortable, but I want them to, if their manager overhears them trying to do the sales pitch, I don't blow off the Disney people because they've always been incredibly great to me. The girl, we were checking in and the girl said, and if there's any other future visits, I said, yeah, maybe in about 5 years. And she's like, oh, 5 years, you're not coming back till then? I said, we've been 6 times in 2 years. I said, unless you want me to go to Fantasia and fight Mickey for my money back, I have no more money to come to Disney. And her manager was nearby, and the manager laughed and came over and was talking, and we have a little bit of an odd request. My daughter, my 20-year-old, has a debilitating obsessive compulsive disorder. Her staying in a room that ends in a odd number is very difficult for her. Evens are right and odds are wrong. So, to the best of our ability, we have to ask to be in rooms that are even numbered. It's a really weird request. They've always been able to accommodate us. The manager came over, was laughing with us. He's like, oh, Disney World. The manager says, oh, I see that you have stayed with us a bunch of times. Yeah, we have. It's great. It's amazing. When we took our daughter there for her birthday, we were pissing the Disney people off, and I will be the first to say we were pissing the Disney people off. We called, we had room reservations, we changed them to a different resort. We called again, changed different resort. When we called, they suggested a resort we'd never stayed at before. We decided to stay there. My wife mentioned it was for our daughter's 13th birthday. They put us in one of the standalone upgraded rooms. For free. They didn't offer us to buy an upgrade. They looked at the week that they were there and nobody was going to be in it, so they put somebody in it. If you own a business or you're in sales, don't ever, the word no, it's that scene from The Negotiator with Samuel L. Jackson. Learn how to not commit to anything, but don't say no. Dad, can I go to my friend's house? No. That shuts the conversation down. Dad, can I go to my friend's house? Are all your chores done? No. Oh, well, then there's your answer. But then your kid goes and does all their chores. Now can I go out? Yeah, now you can go out. Now you're eligible to go out. If you say no, your kid's going to turn around, stomp their feet, not do their chores anyway. Because you've told them no. You haven't given them a path to yes. Now, Dad, can I go to the park? It's raining out. I don't care about rain. I care about your school attendance. I'm not telling you no. The weather's telling you no.
Let's say
we have forgotten as a society in sales and marketing and presentation how to make positive progress. Let's look at this one. Apparently, feminists have lost part of the narrative, and it's time to rein the feminists back in.
I'm proud to say we only hire women in this company.
I can't invest, I'm sorry.
You don't invest in women?
I don't invest in discrimination.
Adrian, you are making this meeting very uncomfortable for me right now.
Your hiring practices of hiring solely based on gender, that's illegal.
You really hate women.
What the fuck? This is the argument. These are the arguments that you're seeing. Like, look, I go to a firehouse. I don't want to see a bunch of 110 and 115 scrawny pound people. Notice I didn't say women. I said people. I don't want a firefighter that can't do their fucking job. Right? If you're a woman and you're in great peak physical shape and you can be a firefighter, you can pull hose, you can climb ladders, you can drag my fat ass out of my bed and carry me down a ladder, then be a fucking firefighter. What pisses me off is that we have turned equality into a stupid fucking discussion because nobody has the balls or the spine or the big girl panties to say that's bullshit. If your company only hires women, I'm not investing in your company and I'm not doing business with your company because, number one, that's bullshit. It's discriminatory. You only hire women. Any thoughts at all on these women online defending the mother who killed her 3 kids? Yeah, all those women, they vote. And that scares the shit out of me. I talk about it. I'll keep talking about it because it's going to be the hot topic for a while. Postpartum psychosis is real. We know postpartum psychosis is real. That woman should have never been in a situation where she could kill her 3 kids because the mother-in-law knew, the father knew, she was struggling. She should have been institutionalized to get the help they need. When I say this, I know it's very difficult. My daughter, when she had her medical issues, my daughter had a feeding tube and she hated it. She kept trying to rip it out. Mom didn't know what to do. Mom's trying to talk to her. Mom's trying to negotiate with her. Mom's trying to bargain with her. I said, fuck all that. Tell her if she tries to rip her feeding tube out again, her dad's going to get up. He's going to drive to the hospital. He's going to walk in. He's going to look at her, say, why isn't my daughter's feeding tube in? She ripped it out. Great. Bind her hands and then put the feeding tube back in. Well, she's going to hate you. I fucking don't care. She's going to be alive to hate me. We've come to a fucking point where if you don't want to inconvenience somebody, you don't really give a shit about them. You don't give a shit about them at all. If you're not, I don't want to inconvenience you. I've told my daughter's PCM has told her, all her doctors have told her, if your weight drops below a certain weight, you're going into the hospital. If your weight drops below something lower, then you're going into a facility that addresses eating disorders. Period. Dot. Did I see the Besant video? Yeah, that video is such a representation of fucking straight stupidity. I didn't even want to go down that rabbit hole. I sealed off that rabbit hole. I left automatic turrets at the fucking mouth of that rabbit hole. I fucking put a fucking blast door on it. We ain't going down that rabbit hole. The fuck them rabbits down there, man. I usually go down any rabbit hole. I can't get my head up my ass that far to see anything from his perspective. I saw one woman content creator online comparing it to someone who has a seizure in an art gallery and accidentally knocks over a precious vase. Yeah, and then I saw a content creator respond to that. Let's pretend for a minute that these children are vases. No, let's not pretend these children are fucking vases, right? Let's pretend, I don't know, that these children are fucking children. Let's pretend they're actually little human beings. Because, oh wait, they are little human beings. We can't live in a world where we can't have a conversation about a woman killing her kids. Well, she didn't really kill her kids. Shut the fuck up. She killed her kids. Even her legal defense team stipulates that she killed her kids. I want to remind people that an affirmative defense isn't saying I didn't do it. An affirmative defense is saying I did it and I was justified in doing it, and here's why. Look, I'll be the first to say this. I have violent nightmares. I have terribly violent nightmares. I've always had them. They've been worse with the military service. There is a pillow on the bed. When my wife and I share a bed, there's a pillow between us. It's a barricade. So it's a riot shield in case I'm acting out my nightmare. My wife can literally put it over me, smother me, until I wake up. My wife and my children do not ever shake my shoulder. They do not come to the fighting box. You know, martial arts, or boxing, this is your fighting box. They don't come to my fighting box. They grab my foot. They shake my foot and then pull their hand away. And in case I get up, they'll be like, shit, what's going on? My daughter, when she was little, I accidentally cold cocked my daughter with the remote control. She didn't know any better. She was like 2. She shook my chest and I came up swinging. I was holding the remote and I clocked her in the head. I felt terrible. She got a lot of ice cream that week. Felt terrible. At some point, you're still responsible for the action, but if you've laid down a bunch of preventative rules of engagement and then somebody walks over those, they're just as much to blame. Stop, don't touch me. That's my no-no square. No, your no-no square is a little bit lower. I think she should go to prison. However, I wouldn't be opposed to the husband catching a charge for criminal negligence. He left the kids in the supervision of someone the safety plan said should not have sole supervision. Right. But here's the problem. The shrink's notations were bad. And I also want to tell you, I can't be held accountable to what my wife's safety plan is She can't be held accountable for what my safety plan is unless they sign to it. Like, if you tell me, hey, due to your PTSD, you shouldn't be left alone with the kids, and I never tell my wife that my PTSD plan says I should never be left alone with the kids, my wife can't be held accountable to that. Well, your husband's safety plan says he shouldn't have been left alone with the kids. She'll be like, I didn't fucking know that. We don't do that for people who have crippling dependency on narcotics or alcohol for their actions while under the influence of those substances. You hit and kill someone with a car because you're a drunk and you're an alcoholic, you don't get an affirmative defense against that. You still killed someone, you're responsible for that. Right. But here's where you're missing the key part. You chose to become an alcoholic by taking your first drink. You chose to be addicted to narcotics when you chose to take your first hit of narcotics. You made conscious choices. Your dependency is based on your choices. Yeah, postpartum depression, or in her case, postpartum psychosis, wasn't her choice. First of all, we need to get fucking addiction shit into its own category, the DSM-5. Addiction isn't always it can be a debilitating condition on its own, or it can be a symptom, a coping mechanism of another condition. That's the first piece we have to address. Not everybody who abuses alcohol is an alcoholic. Alcoholics are people like me who, I don't want one drink, I want 10 drinks. When I have a drink, I can't stop at one. But you had no idea previously that you'd be psychotically dependent on it before you took it. Right, we're going to divide alcohol and narcotics now into two categories. Drugs are illegal. You're not supposed to take them at all. You didn't know you were an alcoholic. You'd started drinking, you became an alcoholic. The problem is, you don't become a debilitated alcoholic in one night. You can become a heroin addict in one night. You can become a cocaine addict in one night. You become a crack addict in one night. You can't become a non-functional alcoholic in one night. It's not possible. It takes a long time to become a functional alcoholic. And all of those times that you're choosing to be a functional alcoholic, you're choosing not to go get help. That's why addiction, it's absolutely why addiction treatment cannot happen simultaneously with other courses of treatment. Domestic violence specifically. If you are tagged as needing domestic violence intervention, prevention, and training, and you need alcohol and narcotic prevention and training, you have to do the alcohol and drug and narcotic rehabilitation first before we can do the DV stuff. It makes absolutely no sense for us to talk about how you're going to stop being domestically violent if you still have a chemical addiction, because then all the training we put in gets overridden by the drugs and the alcohol. She is accountable because it never starts at killing your children. When people start slipping, it usually happens slowly. The question is, did she try to get help? The answer is she did try to get help. Her psychiatrist screwed up her meds. Absolutely. For those of you that are not aware of how psychiatric medication works, here's day 0, here's day 7, 14, 21, 28. This is where the decision day is. Most drugs take this long to get to what you will call therapeutic levels. So I know somebody's going to hit me with, well, other drugs like benzodiazepines shut the fuck up. Benzodiazepines aren't really healthy for you anyway. They're used for a completely different purpose. Most drugs like SSRIs, they take about 2 weeks to get you up to a therapeutic level. Some of them take longer. Some of them require you to be on one dose from day 0 to day 14. And then they step you up to what will hopefully get you to a more therapeutic level. And then by about day 28, the doctor can take a look at you and say, how you feeling? How you doing? How you sleeping? How you this? How you that? The problem is, at day 28, we have 3 choices. We can increase your dose. We can leave you go along. or we can start the step down titration and put you on another drug. Listening to her provider talk about the sheer number of drug cocktails she was on, the psychiatrist said it was her first year as a independent practicing psychiatrist, but she considered herself an expert. What? It's your first year? You're not an expert in shit. If it's your first year, you're still subject to random case file reviews by a more senior doctor in your practice. We can't have, I am in no way, shape, or form exonerating this woman for the blame that's hers. But there's more than one person to blame. There's absolutely more than one person to blame. She wasn't treated properly as a patient. The records of her treatment weren't done right. The mother-in-law knew she was in mental health, psychiatric trouble. Lots of people didn't do anything that they should have done. That's where the problem is. The problem we have in America is that we can't get in European countries, the equivalent to the Federal Medical Leave Act is a lot stronger. Appreciate the follow. The problem is in European countries, they go to their employer and they say, I need to take my annual 30 days of leave. And they're like, why? They're like, because I need to go get help. I need to go get treatment. Well, then when the doctor sends the letter back to the employer that says this person voluntarily took their 30 days of vacation, they're going to need another 30 days. They get paid. In America, you don't work, you don't get paid. Even completely mentally healthy people sometimes have instances where they need to take some time to themselves. And yet our workplace culture is that somebody will be on vacation or somebody will be on leave and we pester them. My response was, I was a bit of an asshole with the military and my bosses always liked it. I said, I'm going on vacation, and no, I'm not checking my phone, and no, I'm not even going to be carrying my phone. I'm not taking my work-issued BlackBerry. I'm giving that to my assistant. This is the number of the hotel I'm staying at. I will check for phone messages once daily at 1800. Because that is what the regulation requires. It requires you to be able to get in contact with me once per 24-hour period. And I used to tell my boss, this is the number of where I'm staying. If you need me, call me. But I ain't dealing with this fucking piddly shit. The Air Force operated before I enlisted. The Air Force will operate after I'm retired. I've been retired for 9 years. The Air Force hasn't ceased operations, so my viewpoint was correct. I had my boss. I had to call my boss because people were blowing up my fucking personal cell phone while I was on vacation. I called my boss and I was like, I'm on leave and I've been on the phone for 4 fucking hours today. What is going on there? And my boss is like, I had no idea they called you. He's like, take another day of leave on me. We don't even treat people like human beings anymore. We have less than minimum basic fucking treatment for people. We have people who are professional panhandlers. We criminalize homelessness. If George Orwell was alive and kicking, he'd be like, didn't y'all bitches read 1984? How the motherfuck do we criminalize homelessness? And yet you can commit a crime and be in and out of jail in 3 weeks because the jail is overbooked. You know why jails aren't a fucking deterrent? because they're not harsh enough. If Papa Jalan was in charge, here's the cell block, right? Here's the back 2 cells in the cell block. So their showers are here and here. Their toilets are here and here, right? And then here's their dog run. And then here's the other 2 showers for the block over. And their showers are there and there. So these are pods, right? Your toilets are there. This is an 8x8 cell for 64 square feet. And there's a little slot in the door, right? Might have to rearrange this. Oh yeah, it would be like that. But you get your food. You get, when it's your time to go in the yard, the door here opens, you go on the yard, you go in, this guy's time on the yard, whatever. There is no you're all on yard together, you're at workout together. No, you're in an 8x8 cell. The shower's in there. You don't have to leave the cell. Yeah, there's people in Boston who make more money panhandling than they would on a $15 an hour job. They've done studies where people can make upwards of $50 or $60 a day, $50 to $60 an hour panhandling. Last year, one of the reasons I temporarily quit one of my jobs, I lost my groceries at Costco because in between showing the lady my receipt and taking my groceries to the car, I fell asleep, woke up in my car, and couldn't find where I put my groceries. Yeah, that's no good. How much of an impact do I think trade war is going to have on midterms? Here is the saddest fucking part of what's going on with our country. The Democrats should win every fucking election in the midterms. The American people should recognize, right? The American people should recognize that they've been hosed by MAGA. So they should vote in all Democrats. The fucking House should be like 435 Democrats. Because anybody that votes for a Republican right now is a fucking idiot. But right before the election happen, everyone will start promising you this and carrot in that, and it'll be better under this, and the other guy wants to do that. And the Republicans will probably get a big turnout. The Democrats won't be able to flip the Senate. Nothing ever gets better because it's an us versus them. Because as I brought up,
I'm proud to say,
as I brought up many times, people will vote Republican because of single issue. One of the biggest single issues that kills the Democratic Party in many elections is LGBTQ rights. Because everybody else is afraid to look at the T's and say, what the fuck are you on about? It is not being transphobic for me to say, what the fuck are you on about? What rights don't you have? I have the right to be called whatever pronouns I want. No, the fuck you don't. No, the fuck you don't have that right. Show me in the fucking Constitution. Show me in the Bill of Rights where it tells you that you have the right to be called. You have the right to enforce with me that I have to call you with the term of address you want. Him, her, she, he, fuckhead. If you're not a he and you're not a her, you're a fuckhead. Move on. You can't say that to me. It's transphobic. How's that transphobic? I'm not going to play your fucking game. You can't ask me to play this game. I don't want to play this game. I'm either going to call you by the gender that you present as, or I'm going to call you a fuckhead because it's gender neutral. But unfortunately, if this is your big ticket item, you're going to vote on that issue alone. You're going to vote on abortion alone. You're not pro-life and you're not pro-choice. You're pro-abortion or anti-abortion. Let's fucking say what it is. You're not pro-life, you're anti-abortion. Narcissistic tendencies? No, it's not narcissistic tendencies. It's Somewhere along the line, people told them that they are entitled to this opinion. Oh yeah, this is. See, I told you we're living in social media dystopian hell. This is the shit that. Oh, for them, yeah, it's narcissistic tendencies for them. This is unfucking real.
Transracial black women like myself have a more beautiful understanding of blackness than cisracial black women. And that's what I want to talk about today, especially because of all the propaganda nowadays telling black women to hate themselves. Someone that chooses to present as a black woman every single day, that's incredibly beautiful. One of the most common questions I've been asked is, are you planning on getting any medical procedures to help affirm your transracial identity, like melanin replacement therapy, things like that? And the answer is no. Trans black women are black women, regardless of what our bodies look like.
Like, fuck off. Right? Fuck right off. Look, preach, sister. We're fucking caught up in a damn race war so that we won't fight a class war. You got a guy come in here earlier today and he wants to tell me that he knows everything about international relations and statistics and birth rates and social scientist shit when he's been a anesthesiologist for 9 years. Look, fuckhead, appropriate term of address. If you're a doctor, that doesn't mean you're a social scientist. I don't like the term social scientist, but it's what it is. Sociology, psychology, cultural anthropology, civics, history, that's all the social sciences. Psychology, sociology, psychology, cultural anthropology, government, yeah, that's all of them. Philosophy is usually a humanities, but you can throw it in with us too. You don't even know what the fucking birth rates are. You don't know the tax rates. You don't know how shit's funded. I'm happy you're a doctor. I'm happy you're an anesthesiologist. Go back to putting people to sleep. Leave the fucking social scientist piece to us. It's like I say, there's some people that are really good at solutions. There's some people that are really good at problem identification. I think Zybeck out of the Ashes of Creation community, one of the very best people I've ever seen talking about PvP problems. I think he articulates the PvP problems exquisitely. He's a problem guy. The moment he says and what we should do to fix it, shut the fuck up. You're way out of your lane. You know how to identify the problem. You identify the problem, we'll come up with the solution, we'll have you QC the solution, but you're never giving us ideas. Does it fix it or not? Some people are answer people. Answer people are more dangerous than problem people. Because answer people are looking for a place to shoehorn, ramrod a solution in. What does this fix? Nothing. Okay. Then why are we doing it? Whose nephew are you? What kickback are you getting? The problem we have is that if you don't thoroughly understand the problem, you don't know if you're fixing the problem or you're fixing a solution. For example, there was a company that had a problem on their assembly line, and they say, well, we have the assembly line set up, and in the first hour we make a part here, and in the first hour we make a part here, and then it takes 2 hours to make this part here. So these two workstations aren't really being engaged appropriately for their full 8 hours. Sure. So they start at 6, and they start at 7, and they start at 8, which takes them through the 8 o'clock hour and the 9 o'clock hour. So they start at 10, and they start at 11. Because they're going to work from 6 to 2 and make 8 parts. And they're going to work from 7 to 3 and make 8 parts, right? And they're going to work from 8 until 4 and make those 8 parts. And then they're going to work, 10 to 6. And they're going to work 11 to 7. We got to start everybody off because it takes time. Well, how did you make this up in an hour? Because we bought a second machine and now we have 2 lines. So while they're working on one and the next one come in, they're A line and B line. They still only do one step of the process, but since this piece takes twice as long, tick, 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 tick. But if you didn't understand the process, you'd be saying, oh, the people that work at workstation 3 are lazy. Why is the last station only getting 4 parts done a day or 3 parts done a day? Because they only get 3 to work on. You got to understand the whole problem. Most of the time, we don't understand the whole problem. Life would be simpler if we just funded schools and healthcare. Okay? Medicare is already a huge chunk of our budget. Medicare, TRICARE, Medicaid. As I said earlier, we're giving about 135 million people minimum free government-provided healthcare. If we're already doing that, how is throwing more money going to fix the problem? I have 4,000 hours in Satisfactory. We need more front-end input to supply enough backlog to fill the end of the line. Right. Life would be easier if every government wasn't corrupt. Every government is not corrupt. Every government is susceptible to corruption. Because corruption is so simple. Corruption is such an easy thing to get caught up into. I'm not making excuses for it, but the first time you take free tickets to something or turn a blind eye to something, you've been corrupt. Maybe nobody got hurt, but you were still corrupt. With that said, amazing show as always, but I got to keep it to 4 hours. Health reasons wise, I am going to try to get healthier so that I can do longer shows. But for right now, I got to keep it down. I'll be back Wednesday.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment